Hi, my name is Scott Chally. I have come up with a new world order for you to listen to and understand that we can live in peace and harmony for the future. This is out of a book that I wrote called The Glorious Beast. This talks about the new world order and what it will be for the people. It's called American Constitution of Economics. Here I'll go. Scott was on a set directing a scene when he received a phone call. It was at the bowling alley. It was Jerry Matthews. Scott held up the filming while he spoke on the phone. Hello, this is Scott. Hi, Scott. This is Jerry Matthews of the Washington Political Society. I major in economics for the economy. I was informed by Tony Pachetti about you and your new world order that you have come up with. I have read your book and I think it is very good. The new world order you speak of in the book is mind-boggling to me. I think it's, at first when I looked at it, I was saying it wouldn't work given everyone money due to the fact that the dollar would lose its value and cause inflation. But after studying and watching a few of your videos on the website, I have come to the conclusion that it's a very good, amazing idea you have come up with. Thanks, Jerry. I've been expecting your call. I've been thinking about it for a long time to make it a better economy policy for the world. Scott, do you have time to talk now? You mind if I ask you a few questions about your policy and your new world order plan? That is to make up and give out an unlimited amount of money for the United States government and the rest of the world to be as one identity? Not really. I'm filming for a movie right at the moment, but I suppose I could stop everything for a few minutes to talk. Scott told everyone on the set to take a 30-minute break. The first thing I would like to clear up is how would you control the fluctuation of the dollar in the economy? There would be a tariff placed on all food products, rental, homes, apartments, utilities, insurances, and new cars where they will or can't increase more than 10% a year. For instance, if there's a loaf of bread that sells for $2 during the year from calendar date of January 1st to December 31st, no more than 20 cents can be added to the loaf to equal $2.20 for the calendar year. Only after the following year, the cost of living allowance fluctuation will be figured in for each district or county. The housing, new autos, utilities, insurance, and food, then again, may fluctuate only 10% for the following fiscal year. For some items, it may be decreased or increased on prices depending on the demand or shortages. Businesses and companies will be fined greatly if they are not within compliance, which is dictated and directed by the county within the government. After time, the economy will be steady, common rate. How much will each person get per month or year, and how is it broken down? I found it to sound complicated and to understand all the details when I watched your video. See, I used an example of Monticello, Iowa, being a small community. I based the cost of living to be approximately $20,000 a year for a single person to live off of. If there is a couple, each person will get $20,000 to equal $40,000 a year. For a single person, that would be about $1,666 a month. You would take the cost of the average living expense per district or county that is set up for the world. Policy. I'll use Monticello to explain, for example, of the breakdown. For instance, if you were to rent or make payments on a cheap one-bedroom house, it would cost $500 on average. With insurance, $75, natural gas, $50, electric, $75, sewer, $66, and used new car payment, $250, miscellaneous, $50, and food, $600. This will be without having a job. If you choose to work, your benefits will stay the same for the entitlement. Each person is entitled to claim one kid to receive an extra $500 a month until they're 18 years of age to spend as they wish. So a couple with 2 kids would receive $51,984 a year. No money is given beyond the child or person. But let's say one of the couples in the relationship has 2 kids, chooses not to take the custody, and leaves the child with the mother or father to care for. $500 for the one kid would be received, and if the other spouse chooses not to take care of the child, the one with the 2 children would receive $1,000 for the kids. If a woman under 18 years of age has a baby, from the time the baby is born, that individual will be entitled to receive the cost of living allowance given through the government. There will be no more alimony for children for the opposite parents to collect for 2 children. If the opposite parent decides to work, that parent is making extra money. The government will allow the courts to deem the alimony up to 25% of the parent's working wages if he or she chooses to care for the child or children. Usually it'll work in cases with parents that have more than 3 kids together to receive 25% of the wages working. That sounds pretty good. Sounds like you got it figured out. But what about state government aid for people like food stamps, unemployment, money for assisted housing, WIC, and other government programs? There will be no other government programs assisting the people besides what would be of the cost of living allowance that is given for the New World policy. Food stamps would be done away with. Unemployment will be done away with also. But Social Security, if you paid in through a job, you will still have that backup as a backup for retirement or disability on top of the cost of living allowance. It'll be determined on the amount you pay in for the amount you receive for retirement and disability for the day that the New World policy takes effect. If you never work, you'll never get Social Security. And if you choose to work part-time or very little will come back to you from Social Security. Other pensions from the government that people have worked over the years will only be authorized to the individuals prior to the world policy date. They will be discontinued in the future. If they have 10 or more years working in the government's policy, it will be prorated for the time they served for the 10 years or more, but it will not continue any farther in the future for said policy. This will only be paid out as directed by the old standing policy of the country or government. If they are disabled and receive the policy, they will receive that until they are in the grave. That's That's all good to know. You have made it very clear to me. Thanks, Scott, for your time. No problem, Jerry. You can call me anytime if you have more questions. Scene 75 took place in Scott's den. Scott had just spent 2 weeks after work and weekends writing up a New World policy. Scott called for Sandra to come downstairs. He wanted to read the New World policy to her to see what she thought. Director's cut guy, scene 75, take 3. The first pages of Scott's New World policy. Scott's yelling. Sandra, can you come downstairs for a few minutes? Yeah, I can come downstairs. She had returned the response with a loud voice from upstairs. She came down and sat on the futon. Well, honey, I think I finished with the first draft of the new world policy. It took me 2 weeks to write, but I think you'll like it. I would like for you to listen and tell me what you think. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing it. Okay, here it goes. I named it ACE Services with 3 branches of ACE. 3 branches. Ace of Hearts, Ace of Spades, and Ace of Diamonds. It stands for American Constitution of Economics. Interesting. What do the aces stand for? The Ace of Hearts stands for love and represents the people for health care and anything related. The A stands for America, and the definition for America is relating to the United States or the continents of America. The Ace of Spades stands for power and represents leadership, justice for all people alike. The C standing for Constitution, and the definition of Constitution is a body of fundamental principles or established procedures according to which a state or organization is governed. The Ace of Diamonds stands for wealth and represents the money to be used for the government. Funding of buildings, projects such as roads, schools, wages of people who work for the government and for all people. As for money that is needed for the people or projects, the E standing for economics, and the definition of economics is relating to the economics or the economy, justified terms and profitability. Nice, very interesting. Sounds like you got a lot of thought into this. Yeah, but it only gets better. I'll read to you and just stop me when you need a break or when you have a question. Okay, I'm ready. ACE Services, a constitution governing the people's protection. It will establish a well-liked society for which we, the people, live. By bringing balance to a system in how we operate, I, Scott Chally, see a vision of 3 different branches that will be known as ACE Services. As we and I read along, I will explain how ACE Services will benefit this one world nation. I will go over and explain 3 of the 4 powers that will represent our society. How in relationship we the people will be helped and why we'll need to uphold these powers. You will see new laws come into effect, as well as some old laws be removed from the books. You will see a medical system for the people, not for the unjust good of profits. You will see a well-balanced lending system, which will be fair for all. You will see how we, the people, will not be afraid to invest in our economy, which we will have secured markets balanced and backed by the government. All leadership will be looked at, and some ethics of leadership will be changed to meet for the commonwealth of the people. There will be a double-check system in all parts of the government. Civilian offices need to assure no wrongdoing is being done to mankind. You may be asking how this can happen. Well, for the most part, information will be gathered and obtained from the people by sealed collection boxes in every post office. As a sealed collection box is removed, another sealed collection box will take its place. Only in the facility to where the collection boxes go would have the access codes and the necessity of keys needed to open all the information obtained in the collection boxes. By keeping the security of the information obtained at their utmost responsibility. Failure to do differently could lead to immediate dismissal and prosecution in the fullest of the law. These boxes will be accessible for all people, no matter how young or old, for the good or for the bad. The people will have the right to voice their opinions to be heard, or at least suggest something that they would like to see changed. This will include if it's a sensitive situation like a minor being sexually assaulted, rape cases, or spouse abuse cases where they may be afraid to talk to the police. Small businesses, big businesses, companies, factories, and all alike should not worry on how they operate. Now the common day worker will have more rights and have the backing of the law on their side. All concerns will be addressed and carried out, whether for the good or for the bad of the applying parties. Laws will be proposed due to the effects of multiple complaints of the same nature, or be considered for new operating procedures that best fits the common public. Tallies will be kept on how we can achieve a greater society. The people of Ace Services, Ace of Spades Department, would then work the people's suggestions into bills and laws that would best suit the people with a certain percentage of the population to come forward. If negligence or wrongdoing should come to any official in any of the Ace Services office, that individual will be immediately put on suspension until the matter is solved. He or she will be upheld to the fullest of the law. If the one who puts the complaint forward is falsifying or found at fault without reasonable doubt, he or she will face or could face criminal charges. The employer at that time will have full right to fire that individual. There will be what you call a scorecard or a sheet with a rating scale from 1 to 10 made up for each person for each complaint submitted or action. Ace Services, Ace of Spades office will have to write a brief statement explaining the proper action and outcome for each situation and what appropriate action is to be taken. All actions will be kept on file in every record that is involved and at the appropriate Ace Services office for a minimum of 3 years. How are you following so far, Sandra? That last part with the scorecard, you're saying there will be a card that the people will be able to fill out at every post office to concern a problem of any sort that will be followed up by the Ace of Spades Department? That's correct. And the Ace of Spades Department will also be doing a rating of how important it is and a written portion of how it will be handled. Cool. Okay, continue. So let me be keen about this. I say, if we're not looking out for one another, we could close down our own employment due to the neglect of our own doing. In no way, shape, or form should blackmail be used against a company or an individual working for a company for profit to better oneself. I suggest that businesses may want to look into profit sharing for their workers to keep a more stable workflow being produced. All Ace Services offices will have the necessary information, updated policies and procedures for businesses to conform by federal, state, or local laws. All businesses must do is make a call or look online to the appropriate office for the information they seek. At any time, there will be a number for anyone to call for help or information. But actions must be added to the proper slips for official actions to be carried out. Here is a more defined list of Ace Services list of powers. The Ace of Hearts will stand for love and represent Americans. It's the most important of all the aces. Ace of Hearts would be the branch that covers the people's protection to ensure all have assistance in medical needs, to include government health, free prescription, family assistance programs, emergency relief efforts, and any other agencies that are similar in nature. No one should be deprived of these services or be left behind. Ace of Spades shall stand for power. This will include lawyers, business owners, any executive officers, to the everyday worker, from the highest ranking general to the lowest enlisted private, and all leaders alike. This branch will govern fair treatment for all to ensure they have a voice to be heard as equals. No undue justice should come to any one person. ACE services will allow all people to seek assistance throughout the land of any situation that may arise. All leaders, no matter how big or small, will have to abide by the rules set forth. Ace of Diamonds will stand for wealth. These offices will handle the nation's budget along with the payments allotted to the people of the world and dispositioning of money to the agencies of need. The adding of different files like credit, bank accounts, as well as federal aid is handled at this office. Anything from financial needs of people in the Emergency Relief Act, along with investment agencies that would be for the people. Ace of Clubs represents entertainment. My best way to explain this, if you'd look how kings would use jesters for entertainment, or how the Romans would use their colosseums, it indicates false bearings and misuse of powers. So the Ace of Clubs would be like bars, sports events, bowling alleys, and clubs. Yes, that's correct. Do you understand everything so far? Yes, I think so. It sounds pretty good. As you can see, we the people can prosper and feel freedom at its fullest. As we share in the duties of our everyday life, we will know that we are free and equal to one another. Fairness will be carried out across the land with the backing of the justice system on our side. We will do away with the heart-stricken problems that affect each of us. When leadership or leaders drift from their respective duties, it becomes a burden, and burdens we don't need. Some leaders may prejudge people without knowing all the facts by simply having a biased approach towards work ethics, which they may not worry about the health and farewell of the workers. We need to seek out those leaders and try to train them to be good leaders, but if untrainable, we must replace. We, the leaders, need to listen to the people's wants, needs, desires, along with keeping their safety and their health top priority. Leaders need to make sound decisions. They need to be fair and just for all parties alike, without bringing shame to one's workplace or to one's values. For leaders to place immoral acts or beliefs in front of the people's common values, such as unjust or abusive power for profits, prejudice in front of their own values, or sympathize hardship on others for their own good, all this shall not be tolerated as a leader. Everyone will have to uphold these duties for which they operate for the common farewell of the people. No one shall use unfair judgment towards one another. Common interest shows that we are all the same for we can make it better for all people. If the people get in a likable situation where there is no help of needs for the people to fall between the guidelines of what we can say are considered as fair or just plain hardship from such businesses or companies. Zero tolerance for harassment in the workplace should always be upheld. It is the leader's responsibility to uphold and provide a healthy work environment. Leaders must not mix up a social activity as the source of a problem, but keep what is fair for one the same for all. Also keep a keen eye and ear of possible problems that may arise. If one should see something strange occurring, they should contact the one or the parties that are involved before it progresses. We might want to consider a don't ask or don't tell policy. We should consider it for general living standards of what the people want. There also should be no harassment for the general population. Keep in mind, in other words, what a neighbor or someone we encounter should not pose judgment on one another for what he or she does on their personal time, but also saying, the neighbor you shall respect as long as there is no harm to come to thy neighbor, to include what may occur because of carelessness or misbehavior. There'll be a justice system inside of a justice system to see that all justice to be carried out fairly. New bills and rights for the people will be either adopted or proposed along with some of the funds being granted or suggested to a higher court for approval within the government. The Ace of Spades office, when they act on a dispute, they should evaluate carefully and have a bipartisan opinion to adopt on the situation of each matter, which can allow the individual to act on several different videos or actions given to Ace services, authorizing different agencies to solve the situation so it doesn't occur again. This policy would use a 3-strike method for the first line supervisor position. The points would add up for everybody in the immediate chain of command for said company, government, or business that is applied to. If there were to be one person under the next level of leadership, the second level of leadership would have a total of 6 points. The third line of leadership would have 9 points, and the fourth line of leadership would have 12 points. But if the first line of leadership were a total of 4 people, that would mean a second line leadership would have a total of 15 points. 3 points per leader would be granted in the direct chain to equal the total for the level of points for leadership position. The highest level leadership, the highest level supervisor would have to set up a point schematic scheme as soon as possible within 90 days of starting such business or expansion of such business. If a company has as little as 2 people, you may have 6 points, but no more than 666 points for a company that has 1,000 plus people. A line of leadership can branch off as much as for as many leaders as you have. But for large businesses, it will cap at 1,000 employees for the justifications of the business or company. And even government establishments won't be off balance within the leadership of said chain. So if a company establishment has more than 1,000 workers, they will have to divide up their establishments. I will give you an example of how the point system will work. Let's say the first line supervisor gets turned in to Ace Services due to a racial statement that he or she had made to an employee, which the Ace Services offices decided for the employee. The first line supervisor will now go down to 2 points instead of having 3-point value. Also, the same supervisor will have to join some classes on racial harassment acts. If he or she chooses not to attend the class in the time that was allowed, they would lose another point along with the chain of command, unless that leader was removed from his or her duty. The whole chain of command, all the way up to the president of the company, would lose a point, and it would stay on their record for 3 full years. For each point that is taken away at said time, which only when the 3 years are up from the time of the said point was deemed to have happened, they will receive the point back to the 3 points where they had started for the first line leader. No other first line leader would lose a point, only the ones that are in the direct line of the one that got turned in. From the lowest to the highest, it will always be accounted for, any situation or incident that may come about. In rare cases, there may be more than 1 point taken, or a business or company may be closed down for a short time until the problem is solved. From the first line leader to the top of the command that has a complaint against him or her, there could be as many as 3 points or half the total points taken from what they would have been entitled to. So they should be careful of what they do as a business, and they should make good judgment calls. Each business will be granted 3 points per tier level in the chain. So if there are 4 different levels, you would receive an extra 12 points separately from the immediate chain line, which the strikes would be directed toward or against the business. If the business has many complaints against it, as a number of granted slots in the slots being maxed out, granting the number of disciplinary complaints that are to be allowed. The disciplinary complaints that are against the establishment or business then will be taken out of the CEO or the president, the owner of the one who is the number one in charge. The points may hold will be depleted as the complaints come in. If the number of complaints outnumber the given number of strikes that are allowed, that is to say, if you were to go through all your granted points, you will not be authorized to operate in the public anywhere in the world. Your license will be revoked, and you to where the employee will no longer be able to work until 51% of the complaints have fallen off of their time strike penalty point actions of the main leaders given points. This means for everyone's performance record held in the A services system, the party that is not at fault could sue for money and push for criminal actions. A services will do their best to make all complaints fair and possible when carried out. The point system on the business will be looked at and recorded on how they perform. Workers may check on the record of their points of said business and company before seeking employment with them. Any person may go to the A Services site. It will show each business performance record, which will be open to anyone in the world to view. Or when the business has insurance or is looking for insurance, it may cost them extra. So if there are 6 first line leaders, the second line leader would have a total of 21 points. Is that correct? And let's say there is only a third line leader or a CEO of the company. He would have 24 points. Also, since there were 3 lines of leadership or tiers for that establishment, then they will have a total of 9 reserved slots to receive complaints on that said business before it affects the CEO's given points. If there are too many complaints against the establishment or business, they will be closed down for a short time. That's correct. I believe you've got it. Director Dean. Cut. Good job, you two. CNN News contacted Scott about a week after the asteroid strike. They wanted to do an interview to show the world what was on Scott's agenda for the world peace and to find out if he's possibly the true savior to come forward as the Bible speaks of. Dale Legendary. Hello, I'm Dale Legendary from CNN News Weekly, coming to you today with a special broadcast of who we believe is the savior of the world, Scott Chally. The 45th week of 2019. Thanks for joining us tonight. So, tell us, Scott Chally, why should we believe you're the Messiah of the world? God's one and only Holy Son. For one, I predicted an asteroid strike to hit precisely of location and time. Dell Legendary. Couldn't it have been a coincidental that you just happened to solve the riddle from the Bible? Scott, I did solve the riddle from the Bible with using man's number of 666. But what about the location? You can't explain that one, can you? Let's just say you had a lucky guess. You knew it was going to be next to a city of 70,000 people, as far as I hear. But what makes you more for the world to believe you? I have a movie coming out in December that will prove it to the world. It explains everything from the beginning with the signs, the visions, the calculations, and the New World Order. You can say anything you like in a movie. What would make it believable? You'll just have to trust me on this one and watch the movie. Okay, well, move on. So what about this New World Order you have? Please tell us a little bit about it. Well, it would be called the American Constitution of Economics, also known as ACE Services. It's a one world government to cover all people's rights, health, leadership, wealth, and for the good of well-being of the people. Three aces that'll be used. The Ace of Hearts will stand for love and is used for the welfare and health of the people. The Ace of Spades stands for power and is used in the government leadership and looking out for all terms of fair justice. The Ace of Diamonds stands for wealth and handles all the money taken in or given out within the world and will regulate fair lending for all the people. Well, it seems like you got a handle on the fundamentals of the economy and structure for the world, but how would you oppose world wars or countries that want to pose war? A majority of the military weapons in the world will be done away with. The majority of them will be disassembled, destroyed, salvaged, recycled to use back into the economy. There will be no more wars in the future. The world will be as one power. Everyone will be equal. After each country sees how the world policy will operate, they will accept to the terms and do away with their military arsenals. There will be up to 500,000 soldiers spread evenly around the world in 7 continents to practice military warfare amongst each other. This will be like a game for the elite militaries to play out in a competition or campaign to show which country will win top elite military force. Badge. Award for each year. Everything will be simulated in actual live demonstrations of live weapons downrange away from harm's way of the soldiers. There will be so many field events per year, and the soldiers will participate in. There will be a scorecard kept for all areas in training to see who's amongst the best. Every 3 months from the training, a testing will be an updated list on what unit will be within the list. Each year after the 10th month of results of all skilled tests that are performed, there will be a top 2 components from the list to verse each other in a simulated warfare to be able to earn the top elite military badge award. You see, the military can make this interesting for the public to watch on TV and follow their desired country's progression as they climb or fall in position to try to achieve top honor within the world. All the militaries around the world will have like a mere print of availability of the most sophisticated equipment in the world. As time goes on in the world, so will the advancement of our military, where it will always have the latest technology available in training and of stockpiles. Only the 14 elite militaries in the world that I pick will be amongst the ranks to operate these bases in the future. The soldiers from around the world can choose an occupation to serve for lifetime in the military at one location and are able to travel around the world to do their exercises. Enlistments will be either 3.5 years or 7-year commitments when serving in any of the two military forces for the people. Disciplinary structure of the service will be restructured to provide rights throughout the ranks as equals per level of authority. There will be people that are incapable of achieving physical and test standards for said job or don't meet the standards of weight that will be required to achieve while serving. Other people from the countries that are not part of the 14 selected countries can decide to support whichever military force in the world. You see, all forces will be American. And it truly don't matter what country you join, because they all stand for freedom. There will be a stockpile of excess military equipment between the 14 military locations around the world. Even enough equipment to power 6 times the active military force, if ever needed, to protect the planet from unknown alien activity in the future. All people that are in the United World Forces must be able to read, write, and speak English due to the fact that all military schooling and equipment manuals and testing will be in English. Each of the elite 14 countries to be selected in the future will be able to choose whatever they wish for talents or special abilities of schooling for each country's choice of selection to make up their military. All individuals will have to sign a 3.5 or 7-year contract. The ranking system in the military for an officer or an enlisted side will be set up accordingly with set ranks, rate per rank, with the revolving percentage rate added of 0.02, 059, 59100, and fair pay as you climb the ranks. After the age of 58, you will be able to retire with an adequate pension to get paid out for life. As an incentive, I will say, whichever military country that takes the top elite military force badge award each year will get compensated 20% of their current grade of pay for the year, and the percentage granted for the years in service allotted pay when receiving the award. This will be entitled to everyone that participate in receiving top honor to be recognized and paid out in a lump sum for his or her achievement. Wow! You made the military a game, and you can get paid greatly to receive top honor in the military in the world. I'll be looking forward to following the military on TV. What about people who die in training or on active duty? If someone happens to die during the time of active duty while enlisted in a humanitarian service for the government, whether it's active duty or world forces to assemble assimilated warfare, or troops assigned for humanitarian duties for the people, they will, at that time of their death, have their current pay grade and the time starting from the day of death, total amount of time to be worked from that said person till the age of 58, which all military troops will be paid out as salary. The surviving member or members of the deceased will get the retirement in all paid wages for the entitled to be given to the surviving dependents. This means all the years were left for working will be given as in a cash amount for the retirement age of 58, with 30% amount to be paid in for retirement pension for it to be allotted the surviving person or persons that will receive the money until they perish off of this earth. If, for say, a person has 5 kids and one that was supporting world peace dies, the person's 5 kids may get divided evenly for the money and pension be paid out until they all have perished. Only the set divided amount will be offered to each surviving dependent at the time of death of the loved ones, where it will not change. There will be an exception on retirement age if someone dies before, where their surviving dependent will receive a pension before the age of 38 years of age. At the time when you enter your job information slip into the ACE Services system, you'll be asked questions in relation to who you would like to leave your inheritance to after death. Disabilities will be paid out after medical conditions that are to award a percentage for a severity of a handicap or a disabled person. Once the person settles for disability, they are no longer authorized to hold a job in the military service. You will be able to work in the service with a disability as long as it doesn't interfere with performing your job. Retirement age of 58, if you have obtained any medical illnesses, disabilities can be addressed at that time of departure of service to receive disability pension for life on top of your pension. Anyone serving in the military, their family or directions by written will not be subject to pay 33% estate tax to the government from one that inherits the death money from the government of the deceased. There will be as many as 210,000 troops in 80 different locations near the large cities for humanitarian reasons, if any shall come up, to look out for the people. What if the nation chooses not to join your new world policy? Are you going to blow them up? No, I don't need to. You see, under the new world government, all people will be registered into one database that participates, and all who are registered into the database will get paid the cost of living by county or district that they live in. And if the country chooses not to participate, that means nobody in that country will receive the cost of living. Their economy will end up failing without the support of the other nations until they accept to the terms. But remember, the world has to be united by January 24th, 2027. Why does that date, January 24, 2027, matter? All I know are the numbers I figured out in the Bible equal to this date. What I understand according to the universal test, what I've been placed with, what I read in the Bible could come about would be 3 waves of asteroids taking out 2/3 of the population here on Earth. That's why it's so critical by that day. That's the way you put it, sort of scares me. You don't know what the other countries are thinking of or want to do. They could destroy the world, you're saying. It takes the people to come together to make this happen for God's plan. If we all believe, then there will be no worries. You speak of how everyone will get paid. How are they going to get paid? Where are you going to get the money from? Digitally, there will be an unlimited amount of cash that would take care of the needs of the people or what needs to come about. For instance, like streets, government buildings, facilities, healthcare, education, retirement plans, payment to each person's cost of living on earth that is registered with ACE services. Understand, it will be a very, very large number. But there will be money coming in, like with people receiving inheritance, property assessment dues, retirement plans for companies, and paying out for the proceeds off of selling drugs like marijuana, cocaine, officers of the law writing tickets. You're talking about making money off of drugs as a government. I could maybe see marijuana, but cocaine, isn't that a little bit extreme? Not really. You see, everybody is in the same database with an authorization, authorizing a rations card to each person within the system. It works the same way when you want to buy some marijuana or cocaine. Maybe let's say for marijuana, they can receive a half ounce once a week. Each individual in the world would have the access to pull from the bank that sells marijuana or cocaine. It's just that it'll be restricted to buy only a half ounce per week per person from the database, which will be regulated. There will be 3 rates of quality. For instance, if THC level is below 20%, then from 20 to 25%, and then 25 and above. THC will be a different price, like $25, $35, and $45 for a quarter ounce of marijuana. Now, it will be opened up to so many dispensaries per county or district, locations authorizing it through a services office. This will allow the public to get involved if they like to be a grower, a supplier, a merchandiser. There has to be a full detailed plan presented to a services office of the location and contact suppliers and the amount of product that you will be able to supply on a daily basis in order to operate at said establishment. Only authorized growers and sellers have got to be registered through a services office. Realize the public will be buying the quarter ounce 7 grams of marijuana shake or flower for $25, $35, or $45. But the establishment will have to subtract 33% cost of the sale to go to the government. So they have to purchase it for less than 16, 23, and 30 on a quarter ounce, because this is what they would receive for providing the shop for it to be sold at. Realize your gummies, vapes, lotions, CBD products, butter, resins, and other THC products will have to be regulated by ration so much per week or month to be offered to the public. For instance, another example would be for cocaine to only receive 9 grams a month. A gram would be priced at $50, and an 8 ball of 3.5 grams would sell for $150. 33% would have to come off of each sale, where the product will have to be produced with a lesser profit margin. Each person would not be able to buy more than 9 grams a month for his or her account. Of course, there will be or have to be some testing for level of potency for the cocaine to be distributed. Maybe it might be cut 50-50 with something else. It would be really hyped up cough medicine, for example, but still legal to use. The government will monitor the usage and quality of cocaine through the people, but no other drugs will be acceptable through the government. For instance, it would be illegal to have crystal meth, heroin, LSD, acid, or any other illicit type drugs. Okay, I can possibly see the drugs work, but won't the economy get overinflated with having unlimited amount of access to pull money from? You see, there will be like a tariff put on basically 5 major categories. There are rental properties, new autos, insurance, utilities, and food. They will not be able to fluctuate more than 10% per year on their prices. They will be governed and controlled by the District of Ace Service Office and Ace of Diamonds. There will be one delegated people to watch out for the prices within the economy, working in the ACE services, ACE department from every county or district. There will be 5 representatives to look out for the pricing to uphold the law. This will be 1 person per every 50,000 people in the county or district. People who have rental properties will not be able to raise their rent more than 10% per year for the renter and not more than 30% in 10 years. The same applies for all the markets of the establishment to the world, where it will fall into the basic 10% rule, where you may be okay for 3 years. Then the government will control your pricing, and you may be subject to fines that you may not like. Like for Giants, where we will use Amazon for an example, where they control whatever they choose to swindle money from. Like, for instance, the book market. An author may get 75 cents a book, but Amazon can sell that book and make $4 to $5 on that book of the author, which is not right. In the New World Order, Amazon will only be able to make, and this goes for all advertising market agencies, subscriptions, and wireless services out there in the world, no more than 10% cost from selling the product or service that is at hand, or marketing item or service to be sold. And for all authors out there in the world, you will be able to charge up to 30% of what the book costs to print. So if a book costs $8 to make, you can charge $10.64 for the book, making $2.64 per book. And Amazon can sell your book for $11.70 with a profit of $1.06. All products being manufactured can charge up to 33% above the cost of the cost of producing the product. Our construction can go by the rule of thumb of saying double the material expense for the cost of labor to perform the construction, not to exceed 200% unless it accepted bid. All financial, banking, or credit card services in the world will have to abide by the standard provided in the New World Order that no home or property loan can be authorized to charge more than 7% interest for rate and a credit score of a 530. And if your credit score is above 600 of any credit site, you will not be required to pay more than 5% on a home property loan, or 2% cheaper depending on the average interest rate. And if the score is less than 530, no institute institution has to give you a loan till you're at 530 or above on your credit score. Credit cards or personal loans cannot exceed more than 12% of the annual percentage rate. Having a credit card at more than 28% is plain greed and evil in my eyes and should not be accepted in the New World Order. To qualify for these loans, your credit score can be as low as 500, and anything less, lending agencies do not have to lend. At 600, the credit score, you will qualify for 8% annual percentage rate. Also, any score higher than 650 will be granted 5% or less annual percentage rate for the personal or credit loans. Realize, before the lending agencies of the world would have to try to collect a debt that was lent out in the boxes that are located in every post office of proof of 6 missing payments in a row or 8 missed payments in a year, the justifiers will set up a judgment against whatever individual falls into this category. There will be a 25% allotment amount of the entitlement to be paid or garnished from the delinquent individual until said debt is paid in full. It should also be noted that the loan administration paperwork will not exceed more than 5 pages of documentations that is needed to be signed. Just because you put this judgment on the individual doesn't mean this will automatically come out of the individual's money. Only the earned money of the individual, if they hold a job at the time that they receive their first pension at the age of 38, is where they would then be paying off whatever debt for judgment that was placed against them. This will happen through the Ace of Spades department as one of the justifier duties to assess the publican of rights and justice. If the person doesn't work a job and there is no other income coming in for the said individual besides the cost of living allowance, the lending institution shouldn't lend because it may never get their money back if the individual chooses not to work in life. If you control those prices on the categories I list for the economy, it won't matter if the economy is overflated with money. It sounds like a lot of socialism with dictatorship. Is that how this new world order is going to be? A controlling order? Well, if you look at socialism, there will not be what you call socialism in the new world order. The government is not taking money from the rich given to the poor. Everybody receives money from the government. There will be no one who feels left out in the world feels left out, and the world will have to be united as one for peace to prevail. As far as having a person in charge of the new world order, there will not be one directly taking orders or giving orders for laws. There will be a member voted in every 7 years that would come from the royal family of mine for the World Council to be in charge of. Not, you say your royal family will hold this spot? Yes, preferably my future generations of my family. If there ever shall be a situation where I consider the royal family of my family chooses not to run for the seat to hold the 151st vote on the World Council to make decisions on all tie votes across the world, it would be open up to the public for office for said election. The sole purpose of the one in charge of the World Council duties are to assure proper actions for all laws are taken into consideration on all aspects of the people's concern. Also, with the cabinet to vote on the necessity to allow greatness for the people. The one that is elected from the royal family to hold this position, his or her duties will include to make final vote on all laws coming into effect. That's to include whether the country, district, state, county, or world, or country or world voting. He or she will also make final decisions on world laws being selected to be voted on for the greatness of the people with the 150 board members. There will be 4 different areas of voting within the world. You will have your county or district, which is local, for laws. Your state laws will be higher level, different voting, as well for your country and world laws for the people. You worry me there, Scott. You worried me there, Scott, for this being a communist-ran world order you have come up with. There's really nobody in charge of holding office for the world, but you say the people make it happen. Could you elaborate on this for me, please? Well, the people that speak up for what they want, for changes, new laws, desires, problems that they have to submit to the suggestion boxes in any of the post office is of ACE Services. The ACE Services will collect the boxes in every post office across the world for access of the people to submit any problem of any situation. I made it simple for all bills to become laws. It takes 1% of the population or county, state, country to submit the same action in pursuit of a new law, but will cap out at 1 million votes. Realize the post office, there will be like a small computer display set up that will load the credentials of the person by a chip that was assigned to them and for submitting the complaint or what they want to address to an ACE Services by typing it out or by voice recognition. It will then be able to print it from the device in the post office to be signed and placed into the suggestion box for ACE Services to act on. Also realize once the person had addressed something to be considered for law, it will show up in the county, state, or country of the ACE Services site under the proposed laws for all to see. If someone wants to agree with what is addressed, they will be adding to the proposed order. Once 1% of the people of the proposed law or desired change for lifestyle to come forward, then will be 6 days or less where it is turned into what it will look like as an order or a law by ACE Services office. It will run for 30 days for the people to view when or if 10% of the people of the voting poll accepts yes and only yes to the order, which it's county, state, or country. It will then be presented as an order for law to be voted on for the next 30 days for the people to say yes or no to said bill. After 30 days, when the time is up for all to vote, it will then become law or thrown out. Remember, if people want to vote, they have the access to their phone on the ACE Service site. Not all people have to vote, only if they like. There will be an activation date placed on all the initial suggestions for proposed laws that is submitted and will only stay listed for 1 year on the site. This is for the people to act on, no matter how close it is to be considered to come forward as a law or order. When you're on the e-service site, you will have a menu, access to different venues within the site. If you're in a proposed orders or law section, where it will show each person's order of suggestion from a list, and will show a count of all the people from the county, state, country, or world as the number of people that had agreed with the order. It will show a count of the people that have agreed with the suggestion for law, and it will show a bare minimum of what count of votes are needed to advance the order. The laws will be decided by the people with easy accessibility. Dell Legendary, how will you manage this? You see, everyone is in a database with this decryption number addressed to them. This is for the security reasons, a number with it for personal identifications. There will only be one identification number to each person in the world. There will be an accessible site for all people to look up anything within the government as far as laws, rules, sites for voting that they can have access through either a computer or a personal cell phone. All the people's medical, criminal, work info, income info, schooling records, rations records, all types of banks and credit abilities, an area within the chip. You will be able to list your utilities and payment accounts that you may have. This will also be accessible to your chip that is assigned, along with a genealogy record of all who are related to you by DNA in the world on this site. You will be able to add as many pictures and things that you would like for each of the relations in your family tree. This will include yourself for the individual to look up in the new world. Only changes to any records except your family tree, pictures, or private items that you list for each person's database can only be altered by the appropriate ACE Services office. ACE Services office will also attach as many as 7 credit cards or financial institutions to each person's personal identification number that they have for access to pull money from or to make charging purchases. Each person will have a record revolving their expenses as they live life. You can see any one of your financial accounts as a constant for your chip at any time. You're able to select a payment to come out of any of the financial accounts at time of payment if it has a credible balance to the transaction. Privacy of an individual's record will be only available to the individual, allowing it to be exposed. So there will be 8 areas within your chip that you will have access of your personal files. There will be hubs at said locations that are programmable to allow access to each one of the sites within your chip, depending if the medical, criminal, charge, schooling, work records, and login times of where you work, along with showing where you are at as far as what was paid for retirement as time goes on, and rations. Only people of the county for suggested bill of said county are able to vote. This includes whichever law at which time. Will also have GPS location in order to vote. This will show an individual's identification number of where whichever site which he or she would be logged into. So it only takes 66 days for a law to come into effect. With today's technology, elections can happen relatively quick. For world laws to come into effect, it would be 1 million people needed to be recognized for selecting such law to be voted on by the World Council held once a month. It may take up to 66 days to research the order that is being addressed by the people for the government to view. Representatives from the 150 countries then would vote on the order. If it passes the World Council, it then would be available for the people to vote on said law before it becomes official. It shouldn't take more than 90 days for a world order to come into play. Dale Legendary. That sounds incredible. I can see that working smoothly for the people. I had also thought the people would like to know their genealogy of whom they are related to. I'll have everyone take a DNA test to keep their family ancestry known as history goes on in the future. There would be a family tree showing the bloodline related to the adopted relatives of the generations of the families and all who they are related to in the ACE Services site of your chip. Dale Legendary. I like that idea. Is there any more of the New World Order you would like to tell or say to the people? Yes, as far as any business or companies in the world, they would have to back what they offer as a service or a product, or they may receive stiff penalties by ACE Services if found at fault. Companies that ignore the people's right for being fair or just when they operate, they may be brought to order by ACE Services to appear in court to be settled with huge fines. You see, all businesses will have a license to operate by ACE Services, and if they don't have a good record with the way they operate with the people, ACE Services can revoke their license and the business will no longer be able to operate. It will be up to the people that makes complaints against the businesses out there. ACE Services will take each complaint serious from each person and it will be resolved by a 5-person justifier panel of ACE Services. While some businesses may be addressed to a court for multiple actions against their businesses or companies from people to resolve the problem, when a business has too many complaints against them, they will be shut down immediately, not allowing the employees to log in to work for pay by ACE Services, Ace of Spades department within the system. The system will acknowledge if there are too many strikes against any agency or business to where that establishment or licensed business will then have to appear in court within 3 months or 84 days to decide on their outcome. The justifiers will be set up, usually 3 different actions to choose, but must only select one option to vote on by a jury of the court. The first option to select may be shut the licensed business down permanently by revoking their license, or the second opinion may say close the business down for a short time with a set fine that they would have to pay, or the third option for the jury to choose from may say the business is authorized to function within the economy with no finding of serious faults. The court may feel the company or business just needs a warning and will allow them to operate. Just like with Amazon out there in the world, they will be regulated by ACE Services along with the people to abide by the rules set forth for this policy. Now, Amazon, on the book side of the house, they make a standard of 30% on every book sold through their site. I don't know about you out there in the world, but I think that's a ridiculous what they're getting for something that they're just marketing for you. So the new rule of thumb will be you cannot charge more than 10% of the product or service you're providing for marketing. Now for service of plumbing, electrical, construction, and similar will basically charge by an hourly wage to perform the job or bid jobs not to exceed 2 times wages per the cost of materials. If the advertisement company like YouTube, Facebook offers an advertisement campaign to reach 100,000 people for a certain price, that advertising agency must provide the service of what they said they can do. If they don't fulfill your service 100%, there will be a strike against that affiliate, and they will have to refund your advertising because they promise a certain amount of viewing to the public, which they must honor. See, with Facebook and other companies similar in the world, they really don't have a contact for problems or support to talk to someone about your problem. So they deny your solution or your problem. They have an automatic voicemail, automatic spreadsheets to try to solve your problem, which makes it frustrating. Businesses in the world that turns the public's needs away by not providing help, a helpline, will find out they may be closed down if they receive too many complaints to the ACE Services Justifier's office that have been solved by having receptionists help the individual out. All manufacturing can charge up to 33% over the cost of making the product to the public. There will be electric gambling commissioner in each designated ACE Service office to regulate casinos, electronic poker gaming sites that they receive money from. The casinos will not be able to turn up their profit margin within electric gaming, slot, electric poker games to receive more than 10% profit. You see, there will be a program written up to show the gambling slot machine in the casino the amount of cash it was received in the machine and the amount of credit which was given out. The difference can't be more than 10%. Profit in a 28-day period average out throughout the electric games for the casino of the establishment. If the casino breaks the rules, there will be penalties such as a fine on top of getting a strike. Too many strikes will close a business door down to the public. All electronic gaming for money will be monitored by ACE Services and the Gaming Commission for Fair Play. Insurance lawsuits received for death cases will change for the standard for all people to get the same entitlement as the next person. For instance, if a person hasn't held a job in a year, they would be entitled to receive, if they die at 28 years of age in a car accident, the death settlement will not go to court to figure out the sum of the money to receive. It will be calculated by a standardized form for all deaths to be figured out by a lawyer's office to what the deceased family members will get, or presented to the ACE Service office for the justifiers to figure out for each death case. The person at 28 with no job, where the assigned dependents will receive from the accident $675,000 for his or her settlement from the insurance company. When it's longer than a year since you had a job, you will only get $15 an hour for your wages as a standard. If you work a job that is less than $15 an hour, the insurance amount will not be paid less than $15 for the hourly wage for anyone that perishes off this earth. At 20 years old, you would still have 30 years of work in front of you So at $15 an hour times 1,500 hours in a year will equal 22,500 for 1 year, times by 30 years, to equal the approximately $675,000 to go to the surviving dependents or loved ones. If you held a job, the rate would be the last hourly worked wage. So if you were making $33 an hour, you would be making $49,500 per year till 58. And let's say you had died at 52 in a car accident, your dependents will get approximately $297,000. If it was a child under 18 years of age, you would get a standard of $15 an hour times 1,500 hours a year, and you would calculate it for 40 years. This will give your loved ones $900,000. The insurance is based off of wages, years left to be worked. I would expect all people to try to commit themselves to 40 years from the age of 18 of schooling and work for the commitment in honoring God in the society in which we live in. There is no compounded rate per year, just the last wage worked from the day you had died till the retirement age of 58. The max entitlement that anyone will get is a max wage of $150 per hour times 1,500 hours times 40 years to equal $9 million. If a person can't figure what hourly rate, it may be figured out through salary or yearly income paid in two-figure amounts to get paid out by the insurance. If the person doesn't pay in or haven't had any pay added to their retirement in the system, it would only show you as unemployed. Just like with movie stars, if they get paid a court on acting by set amounts, even though they may make a lot, but if they don't pay any money into the retirement fund through the government, they will only receive $15 as a wage, and that would be what the individual would receive as a death benefit that passes away due to an accident. You see, certain agencies that need to view the wages from the deceased or anyone will be able to look with given access from a service site to be able to look up anyone's status of their wages that will be dated and current with the start date of a job. And if they're not working anymore, it will show the last worked wage of rate of pay in the last day that the individual had worked. I suggest the insurance companies out there in the world to adjust the rate for insurance to reflect the people who make more money should pay more than a low-paying job. If a person is killed in an automobile under any joint plan as a member, like a parent losing a child under 18 years of age, will not have to worry about their insurance going up. Accidents or deaths throughout the world will not have court to decide what will be the settlement. The police will make all deciding decisions on traffic accidents and fender benders of any sort. This will show each accident of the one at fault, or officer may state 50-50 on an accident report. If the person doesn't feel the ruling is adequate, they may submit an action through the A-Service suggestion boxes in every post office. This way, an action will be looked into by the justifiers where it will be final decision to contest it if the justifiers department didn't assign it to a court to solve. It will be a simple mathematical problem for all people equally the same. Any age after 59 years old, if you're retired at 58, will get $200,000 as a minimum when they have a vehicle coverage from any insurance company. All the people will have to list a minimum of one person and as many as 10 people to address as beneficiary survivors when they sign up to establish data for your identity at the ACE Services office. It will list 10 slots where you can fill in whatever names of your liking along with the percentage that you can adjust between the number of beneficiaries listed to the nearest 1%. This will allow you to authorize whatever percentage to each of your loved ones. If you have a will set up from a lawyer's office, the policy has to be added to your records in the ACE Services system at the timing of its completion, or it will be non-existent to the system to react on, and will or will not hold priority and may be rejected if it comes up after death has occurred. If a person does not have coverage while driving and gets into an accident or by being pulled over, they will have to immediately serve 3 months in jail with no exceptions about it. You will no longer have to show proof of insurance to the authorities because they will automatically know if you have insurance by when they scan your chip. You see, the officer will be able to look your identity up through the plate number on your vehicle, and also when the officer scans your identity chip to show your criminal history, license plates, and if you're current on your driver's license, your proof of insurance along with the contact information. If you have killed someone in a crash and found to be at fault as being the cause, if you did not have insurance, you will be forever in debt for all who have died in the accident or injury with a disability, and it will be garnished from your employment earnings each period until the debt is paid in full. Now, that could be a couple million if you would be entitled to pay if it found at fault. So don't drive unless you have insurance. The money received from a death of a loved one will not have to worry on paying taxes on the money received by the insurance, but all other estate value of the one that had died will have to have 33% assets paid to the government to exclude the money that you would receive from the insurance company or government from the death claim. This is in order for all insurance companies to go by, for the death standard and disabilities be paid to the public. If anyone working for the government shall happen to die during their work hours at work, they will be paid out to the government of what's entitled by the policy to go out to the surviving dependents, just as is figured for insurance accident death claims. All life insurances will be monitored to assure they are not receiving more than 10% profit margin each year for the services they're rendering to the public. If a person gets disabled through an accident or while any work location, a percentage will be granted for the lifelong injury starting at 10%. It will only increase by 10% increments like 20, 30, and so forth, depending on the severity of the injuries. From the time of the accident to 10 calendar months is when you will appear in front of a medical board examination to figure out if you're entitled to receive any compensation for your disability at hand. They will have fair standards to go by to allow disability to be paid. Let's say someone had a car accident and ended up with a bad head injury that caused them mentally not to function properly in life. The board will grant full disability, 100% to the one that has the injury. Any person that receives a disability through the medical board across the world will have an option. They may select whether they want the whole amount of 130% of entitlement as a lump sum for the insurance of the government to be paid, or have 30% of the entitled amount to be paid into the government retirement, where they would get whatever percentage that was granted from the board. It's the same for disability as it is to figure out a person's death with wages they may have earned for life of employment. So it will be the hourly rate times from the time of the accident till the age of 58 years of work of 1,500 hours. Then you will get paid by the percentage that was granted from the board. If you were granted 100%, then that would be the same entitlement in money as if you had died. There will be an extra 30% to decide if you want to place it in the government retirement plan or take the cash. A death may be cheaper for an insurance company than some disabilities to be paid out due to the fact that they will have to give you the set amount for cash to be granted by a percentage of a lump sum. Since you will be living, they will have to match 30% of the lump sum, what you will get paid to the government retirement plan if selected. Insurance companies will not hold any medical condition for difference in the rate on any policy. If a person has bipolar, he or she will be able to get the common rate for the life insurance policy equal to all, and just like smokers, the insurance companies will make a common rate to charge all people equally the same. Dell Legendary. That's good to hear, because there are a lot of corrupt businesses out there that don't care about the people, but just care about making a buck. How will you know for sure if the 5-person panel will be legit for the complaints of which they have to solve? You may have some that think they're always right on what they may think towards an action. Those people will be known as justifiers for the ACE services, and in order to become a justifier, they have to pass a test and will hold common values of disputes for the people from the ACE services office. The test may be determined by a study of human rights and approved by me to say what's right within the utmost security of the answers. They will be stored in the ACE Services secure database for the results of the test answers. The people taking the tests have to have at least 90% correct in order to become an ACE Services justifier. No one will know the correct answers but the scan machine that the test will be placed into in order to check. We will call this test Justifiers Test. There will also be a double check system within the ACE services to ensure all people are taken care of appropriately with no wrong to come to anyone. 5-person justifier teams will be set up for each county as needed, saying 2 teams for every 25,000 people. They will annotate their findings to each situation and will vote on whatever matter is addressed. Dale Legendary. That's interesting. So with a county of 1 million people or more, they would have more than 400 justifiers working for the people, or 80 teams. But you said there was a double check system. Can you elaborate on that for me, please? Realize, as the reports or complaints come forward to ACE services, there are people to get and organize what's presented to the 5-person justifiers committees. The justifiers will be doing the investigation on each person case prior to voting on. These justifier teams will be switching up monthly to be with different justifiers in each of the ACE Services office to vote on the people's rights. Most cases will be acted on and resolved in a week. Some cases may take longer due to the investigation process. Either way, the teams are in the same building where they may have to allot time to decide on the case at hand. If they had started the case together as a 5 justifiers, it will always be from the finish with the start and the finish with the case. They will associate with each other about the case in hand, but when they are accepting to all the evidence and ready to vote, they will have to complete the process in order to allow the 5 justifier votes or actions to be decided on the 5 justifiers to set forth discipline if needed. This will include new bills or laws to address and filing judgments on different people for making their payments to the investment agencies. There will be a set standard for everything to be handled smoothly for the justifiers' decisions when they come up with their corrective actions and duty they may provide to the people. Like, for instance, if they see so many of one type of action that they're dealing with on a constant, if the justifier sees a better solution to the problem, they can approach it to come forth to better the people as a law if they submit it or pass it through the ranks to set forth for the people to vote on. There will be a chief staff assigned to each ACE Services location to be able to have solid knowledge of the people's needs and actions. So for these people to hold these positions within the government, they will have to have an IQ test taken and be able to achieve a 115 score or better on a scale from 1 to 60, to 1 to 1 to 160. Also, position would be from 35 to 65 years old. These positions across the world from different levels of population across the ACE Services offices will be paid greatly for holding this position. It will start at the lowest level of $65,000 to $165,000 for large offices and large community of people. All actions will be voted on and will have 2 different justifier teams from the same office to determine the outcome for each complaint. There will not be a double punishment for the outcome of the 2 justifier groups deciding on the action for the participant at fault. The choice of the lesser is there, where the 2 different actions presented to the 2 justifier teams will be decided on by the one receiving the disciplinary action. The selection of who will get which case will be done first thing in the morning when the justifiers start their day out in assigned teams, and they will go in the order to pull out 1 card from a bag until all actions or slips have been accounted for that was in the post office that have been transported to the ACE Services Ace of Spades department. Some days there may be many actions to address, and other days there may not be as many. Realize, depending on each person's case, the justifiers have the right to appeal their findings to a court depending on the seriousness of the case. They will set up options for the court to vote on each case submitted. These are only local, state, and federal court. Judges will no longer make any decisions for the ones to appear in court. They will just assure the trials are properly administered through the law of the people and the justice system. This will be set up by the justifier's office for simple selections of the jury to decide the fate of the one on trial. Dale Legendary. It sounds like you have a handle on all that. I can see it working smoothly for the people. I can't help but think how You said the economy will basically be controlled by 5 major areas like housing, food, new autos, utilities, insurance. They will not raise more than 10% per year. But I can't help but think 10 years, if you raise 10% of the product per year, that would then be 100% of what the product is worth in 10 years. That could be dangerously bad. Don't get worked up, Dale. There are safeguards within the system. At any given time, any product out there in the world where the consumer complains that it's too expensive, if it's researched by a services office and found out that it has increased more than 50% for sale for such item or product, then there will be a freeze put on such product, whether it is a producer, supplier, retailer that is at fault by the local ACE Services office. If such products are over 35% increase, they can be placed on the ACE Services app to vote on for the people to freeze its values for 7 years. There will be 2 voting sites through ACE Services, one which will be of election voting, product, and miscellaneous, and second is of laws and rules. Whether they're production, supplies, retailers, ACE Services mandates a price for them to abide by for such product that they sell. If they choose not to follow the mandated law outlined by ACE Services, they will be shut down and their license will be revoked to do business. Dale Legendary. Well, thank you for your time today, Scott. We will have to wrap it up for today. Is Scott Chally the Messiah of the world? It seems like he has his cards in order. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. Time will only tell. Thank you for tuning in this week to CNN News Weekly, and until next time, this is Dale Legendary signing out. Scott had been in and out of the media, on and off now for the last 2-3 months. He was set up with 2020 exclusive for an interview. His movie had been making great turnaround for the public to see him as the Messiah. Year 2020 was election year, and the people of the United States wanted Scott to run as president. He was doing an interview by Walter Davis of 2020 exclusive. Walter Davis. Hi, my name is Walter Davis of 2020 exclusive reporting here. We have a very special guest here tonight named Scott Chally, also known to be the Messiah to the people. So the people are saying, Scott, how are you doing tonight? And I'm glad you can make it to our show. I'm glad to be here, and I'm good. I'm doing well. Walter Davis. Scott, it does seem interesting and impressive that you were able to come up with the #1 blockbuster hit movie for the last 2 weeks. Predicted an asteroid strike that hit on Earth that you mentioned in your movie. And you say you have actually presented a pretty decent new world order for the world. This is election year. The people are saying and wanting you to run for president. How do you feel about that? Well, I put it like this. If the people of the United States would like to see me as president to bring in a new world order to the world and for them to reap the benefits, they will have to elect me through open vote on the ballot. So what I'm saying is that if I write my name in Scott L. Chally on the vote, I should get elected. I would be honored and proud to serve as the president of the United States. And I will make the new world order happen. Walter Davis. That's interesting to hear. So you heard it, world, right? Scott L. Chally's name in on the ballot and he'll run for president. I'm a firm believer in your new world order that you have come up with. Everything I've heard about it so far has been excellent. I'm so I'm also a believer in God. In some reason or another, I have this feeling you were sent on this earth to bring freedom and peace. Well, thank you. You're correct. That makes me feel good. Walter Davis. I would like to hear more about your medical program for the world and how it will benefit the people. Sure, no problem. The medical side of the house of cards will be taken care of by the Ace of Hearts, paid out by the Ace of Diamonds. It will be for the people's protection and health care, that no one will be left behind. There will be no such thing as pre-existing conditions to stop you from getting medical assistance. Medical practices will be looked at. The government will come up with a common value for all medical practices performed. For instance, if there was a specific surgery that is $15,000 at one hospital from a doctor, and another doctor performs the same surgery for $10,000, and a third doctor performs it for $20,000, it will be taken an average of $15,000 for the government to pay out for the doctor of said surgery as a common. We will gather all information for surgeries and all types of jobs within the medical field for it to function accordingly. Also, with all procedures that can be performed with the medical field, like x-rays, lab work, along with any type of test a doctor can order up for the patient. This will be in the ACE Services system of the Ace of Hearts department, stored in the database, accessible to all who work for and in the medical field. When you go to either your primary doctor, dental, vision specialist, or hearing specialist, the chip you maintain in either your wrist, hand, or the chip card with picture will be given to you. Of the two choices of your identity, to allow access to your files at whichever location by using a small computerized hub for connection to ACE Services database. It will look like a small screen, maybe 6 by 6 inches, to show a display of functions to select on a device of ACE Services hub that will access your medical files. Realize this hub, you will either swipe your wrist, hand, where the chip is located to bring up your info up, or your card with the chip and picture on it, depending on which one of the two options you decide to go with. Every time you log into a hub or device, such as a cell phone, the first thing you will have to do is either have a 4-digit code to allow access if a person wants to use fingerprint or facial recognition access. Access will be accessible on whatever device with a standard allotment time of 10 minutes to stay connected at a time, where after 9 minutes and 30 seconds, a small window will pop up asking if you still want to stay active on this site of ACE Services. You can change the time setting for a longer or shorter length of time to stay on. You see, every device in the world will have a chip within the device programmed to allow encrypted access to the ACE Service site, which will make it secure to all in the system. For example, when you go to the vision specialist and after your identification number has been swiped or scanned and the 4-digit number has been entered, or your fingerprint or a facial recognition, then it will show a list of options to choose from the main page of the menu of your file you hold. You can choose from general, medical, vision, dental, hearing. You then would select vision to be seen at that particular office. All areas of the medical record or any of the ACE Service sites are addressed for each person will be accessible at any time for that individual. All the info kept on each person in the world will be secure, for no other no others to have access unless authorized by the individual or deemed by court. There will be an average that will come up with on all medical procedures and jobs in the medical field across the world. This will be excluding the rest of the world along with the countries of extreme poverty. So America will be the set standard of what we base the world income from. The rate of pay for jobs and procedures to be paid out by the government or Ace of Diamonds Department will have to be established using the United States standard for the economy. Walter Davis. That's good for the policy to go off an economy that is strong for the world. I'm sorry, you can continue. Realize in the system there is itemized list that goes to 10,000 that will be accessible to the people that work in the medical field of the government. From 1 to 500, the list will be classified as different types of jobs, classes, and pay. Everyone that works for the government or within the world will have to register or have a job data information slip written up prior to employment. You will need the name of the person appointed to the position, the name, position he or she has been awarded, the listing number of the job in the system, along with the facility and location of business where the individual will be working at, an hourly rate of pay granted, and the name of the one that appointed the position. There will be a standard documental order form in the ACE Services database addressing you, the job position authorized of whatever facility you work at. This will have to happen prior to working in that job set up by the appointed human resource personnel or assigned individual from whatever establishment. When you punch into your job at the hub for a services system, it will monitor the hours worked of your classification you hold in the database. The next group of numbers will go from 501 to 2,500. These numbers are for any doctor to have access to the itemized list of different procedures that can be performed or ordered up of whatever, like lab tests, vaccines to be administered, x-rays, or any medical treatment within the system that would be needed to treat said patient. The appropriate people in conjunction of each test function that is needed to be performed. This will be in the order as it is ordered up to receive part of the function. Whether annotating hours to perform a task or ordering supplies, whichever established worked under, as ACE Services will automatically pay out all payroll services rendered, which will get paid out within 2 hours past midnight on Saturday night or Sunday morning at 2 a.m. for each end of the work week, which will always be paid out on Sunday. Doctors will be able to perform their practices in a similar way that they are getting patients and income now, but they will have to annotate each patient's appointment within the documentations that are done on the said patient within 1 week from the said appointment. Also, with all medical information on the individual of the appointment will have to be added to the ACE Service database for each person that goes to the doctor. Once the person scans his or her chip of their medical, there will automatically be a week-long window that will be accessible from that individual to the hub or linked computer to the ACE Service site that's licensed practice for the doctor's secretary will be able to add the findings, etc., lab work, x-rays, exams, medicine prescribed, and so forth for each patient. The window of access to the ACE Services site after 7 days will automatically close, and if the facilities in conjunction in performing each step that is ordered up by the doctor, as the tests of x-rays, MRIs, ultrasounds, lab work, and any exam or tests when ordered up by a doctor, and then the ACE Services database will allow in connection the next step in the process to each location in the chain. If they should happen to fail to complete the procedure as directed with failing to comply by not filing the information, tests, or recommended results of the patient being seen by said time, unless the extension time is granted by ACE of Hearts Department, which is requested. If not, then there will be or could be a strike placed against the said doctor's facility or appropriate establishment operating performance record, which is revolving updated performance record of all licensed businesses out there in the world that they are operating. A medical facility will have to deal with the mark against the doctor's performance record, salary mistakes, or any complaints against said facility's practice. Any complaints about a medical practice location will affect all who are employed through the facility and will have to consider the leadership chain of responsibility as a business. You see, a competition in the medical field where all will perform by the rules set by ACE Services, the Ace of Spades leadership branch of Ace of Spades Department, and ACE Services will keep track of each establishment record automatically daily as the complaints come forward to be decided on. This will be done by justifiers of a 5-person team within the local Ace of Spades Department to research and vote on each occurrence. As negative complaints are decided, it will affect all who are associated with the medical institution or facility where the complaints will be kept track of as a record and how they perform as a whole. There will be 6 levels or 6 level tiers of all acting medical facilities in accordance to prevail in our society to be equally balanced. This will be equal for all when complaints or disciplines occur. The first level tier will consist of having 10 or less individuals for said location of medical practice that are authorized to operate by ACE Services. The next tier will have 11 to 25 people for the establishment. Then it would go from 26 to 50. Then it would be 51 to 100 people in conjunction and working for that tier of establishment. Major hospitals will consist of 101 to 500 people working for that establishment. Large hospitals are medical facilities that consist of 501 and up staff workers working for that establishment. All the conjunction of medical workers for the government, medical supplies, medical prescription procedures, performance from doctors, nurses that work for whatever facility will be paid out by the ACE of Diamonds branch, but will also be monitored by the ACE of Hearts to assure all medical documentations and procedures are being properly administered for the people. And the Ace of Spades will be where all people that work a job for whatever facility and business will have to bring in documentation stating to whatever job it is to be assigned. Also given the establishment from around the world the authorization to operate within the public. ACE Services, the Ace of Spades Department, will also handle all complaints, suggestions for laws, and verifying leadership branch for each operating business or businesses within the world. All businesses except for the government will have to provide a debit account for the ACE Services database system to be able to debit the payroll of their employees. The business's credentials will be recorded in the ACE Services database at the time when they become established. So before anyone can go to the ACE Service office for a job to be entered into the system from the establishment or business, that business has to be in the system first. There will be a percentage paid out of property assessed value of each medical facility. Supplies worked rendered is of one thing, but medical facilities or properties will have assessed real estate value for each medical property within the world to be paid out at 0.0666666 to be carried out 10 places past the decimal point, broken down by weekly to each establishment each year. Whatever the assessed value for each property that is in the computer system to start with, which is handled through the county's assessor's office, will be what will get paid starting on the 1st of January each year. After the assessed value are entered into the ACE Services database, it will always be updated as the world revolves, or it can be updated through the individual's request, like if they have an expansion on our particular facility revolving every 7 years. So if a hospital praises out at $120 million, they would be paid out $153,846 per week, or $7,999,999 a year. This way the medical facility around the world can keep current and modern as time goes on. It will take 15 years to completely cover the cost of any medical establishment around the world. Now, if there are any expenses that have to come to any establishment, like replacement of sidewalks, streets, and said property, also major medical equipment, electronical construction, plumbing, or any updating to the facility or remodeling will not be paid for by the government. There will be 6 different level tiers set up for the medical field. The number of people worked in each location is the classification that is set up. There will be a perk of what will be offered as for the people to perform their duties in excellence and try to operate accordingly. You see, each level tier associated with the people who work may receive an incentive bonus from ACE Services. You see, each tier will be monitored of the complaints filed for each establishment around the world, and it will work equally the same for all 6 level tiers or layers that I have explained. These tiers will be monitored by ACE Services, Ace of Spades Department, at each county or district throughout the world. Of each tier level, it will show a tier ranking number figured on all the locations around the world, if or of what level achieved in each tier group that they fall within. There are 3 rankings between 1 and 3, and 1 begins the best, or 1 is being the best to achieve. If your location or facility got a 1, you would fall in the top 33% with beating out 2/3 of the competition with a fewer number of strikes or complaints against its location. All the facilities or medical locations around the world will be in a tier bracket that will show where they're divided up by, and also how good they're performed. This will show each medical practice how well they're performing across the world, and it'll be accessible to all in the world to be able to see each complaint against each said location. For instance, if you received a 1 in your tier group, you will receive 20% more of your wages for procedures performed. If you score a 2, you will get an extra 10% of your wages for procedures performed. And if you score a 3, or the 3 would be of standard pay that is allotted by the job classification in the ACE services system. So it'll be the normal price of wages. Everyone will start out at level 1 when the New World Order is activated. Let me put it into perspective for you. For you can have an idea what to expect as an income for a registered nurse, or for instance, to qualify for a registered nurse position, in order to get paid for that job qualification, you will have to have a 4-year degree to be able to pass, or to be able to pass a test of what's required for the job, and that will be applied to all positions within the government. Some may require schooling, and others may be a simple test, questions in relating to the position of the field. Let's say in the time before the New World is to be set up, that the registered nurse on average around the United States makes $60,000 a year, working 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 hours a year. This will come out to 2,000 hours for the year and will be equivalent to $30 an hour. When the New World Order is in effect, the same registered nurse will only have to work 6 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year, to maintain a living. The same nurse from before was making $60,000, working 2,000 hours, and now will start out making $45,000, working 1,500 hours, but still making $30 an hour. If overtime is worked, it would be of an hourly rate that would be of a higher rate of pay and will be entitled to all in the world. You may ask, why only 50 weeks in a year for work? Because 2 weeks will be granted off, or 10 working days. Also, all whom are employed around the world can put in a request the day prior to taking off for the day, or up to 10 unpaid personal days days a year if they want, with no refraction or effect to them for doing so. Also, people of the world, when their accepted form is documented for whatever job that they will hold, and will have to annotate in the ACE Services database. At the time when you are at the ACE Services office, you will have to choose a listing of all the holidays in the world, where you can pick 10 holidays from a list to be paid out as a 6-hour work day of your current rate of pay, and will honor you time off from work for each occasion. Vacation time off from work will be allowed for all who work for the government equally the same, starting with 10 paid vacation days a year. When you reach 10 years in any associated job within the government of ACE Services, then you will be allotted 15 paid days off a year, or you can cash them in at any time and work the difference. At 15 years of service, you will receive 20 days. Then at 20 years, 25 days are given, and at 25 years, you'll receive 30 days paid off work. No one working for the government of ACE services will be authorized to receive more than 30 vacation days a year. As for part-time workers for the ACE services government locations throughout the world will receive 10 days a year paid holidays of choice, even if they work for a few hours, if they're considered an employee in the ACE service database by the location of operation. No personal days will be awarded, and no vacation days will be awarded to part-time workers. There is an exception if any part-time worker reaches 1,500 hours in a time frame of a year while employed through any government location. They will get the days of vacation paid that would be allotted for a full-time person. Also, by years of seniority and what is entitled to tier ranking for the government facility will be authorized to receive the earned amount of pay for vacation days, which are calculated by the ACE service system and will be paid out to any worker that achieves 1,500 hours. Part-time workers will not receive any vacation time. For instance, part-time worker has 2 different job positions within the ACE services database system. They will be paid accordingly for what's entitled for each job worked through ACE services, with the adjusted rate per hour of whatever job they're logged into. 2 or more positions held for the employment will be known as a regular full-time job as long as they maintain a 25-hour work week between the 2 jobs on average. If it is a different facility, pay will be adjusted to whatever you're entitled to make at that facility or job performance as well. You will not be required to work more than 40 years. If you choose to work longer, your retirement pension of your wages will be calculated in the pension you receive at the age of 58. You are able to see a standard calendar from the menu selection for each government establishment or licensed business authorized to operate in the world. This will be used for setting up, maintaining record of all who have worked for each establishment. A work roster schedule program will be in the ACE service database for all government facilities and licensed businesses that authorize to operate, where any human resource personnel assigned to the person or persons assigned from each leadership chain or licensed business to operate. We'll have a list of people. We'll have a list of people that work for whatever establishment with easy accessibility to set the scheduling up. Just by clicking on a list of employees assigned to each location of business, department, or government facility within the ACE service site of any establishment while being logged in anywhere in the world. It will separate each department within the business or establishment of employees will be broken down and easily accessible with just a touch of a finger or a click of a computer mouse to whomever you want to add to the schedule in any business or government facility. Once the calendar option is selected from the login screen when accessing your employment login to bring up the work information on the authorized device to allow anyone who is employed through the world. This will give you access to contact anyone in the world. The calendar screen can be accessed several different ways. For instance, through your personal files, which will be displayed in an app set up for all in the world to use to keep track of appointments and commitments you would like to list. Then it will combine your work schedule together as one in your personal file to view and is contained under the ACE services system. There will be a master chip you carry on you to allow accessibility to your phone or computer by scanning device built in. When you scan your chip, it becomes accessible to each person, stored in the information that the government will hold on each person to have access to. The time the window will stay accessible is 10 minutes at a time. Then the last 30 seconds, a small window will pop up that will ask you if you're still active. And if you choose not to select the OK icon, it will close you out of your secure files. It will show an OK tab on the screen where all you have to do is select it to stay active for another 10 minutes. And when you're done from within the system, all everyone should do is click on the done button that is located on the screen. In the setting display on top of the right of the screen, you will be able to adjust your personal device hooked to the system to allow more time. Or you can turn off the safeguard protection for the security of your files. This is for everyone to have accessibility to maintain files on themselves and for all of the government. Facilities and businesses in the world to function accordingly. There will be a buffer built in each master chip to allow so much information to show as a constant to look up within the system for all the people. Anyone will be able to contact anyone by writing a text, email, or by phone. Also, if you are in search of a job, for instance, if you would want it to look me up, you would look on the main menu assigned to each person's individual record or job icon on the site, where you will go to in magnifying glass picture of an icon with a window to search in. From any business establishment in the world or the person's work site of all who are employed in the world will have this accessibility. In the work site, it will show the employment of all the people that are employed through the businesses, establishment, or government facilities in locations divided up into departments, where you will view all people in your establishment through the A-Services database, granting authorization to operate throughout the world. It will allow the people to access to advertise in order to find employment, or for any individual in the world with the choice to pick what region they would like, he or she would like to live in and work in. From anywhere in the world, you will be able to receive text messages, email notifications as desired for any location by selecting yes or no for the locations. This will allow communication within the public or business around the world, where they will be able to interact with the people of each community. It could be a sale from a grocery store or a diner special at a restaurant, or even if there is a set time for a bar to have happy hour specials for the people. The people will have current information at their fingertips of what is to come about for each community around the world. Whether it is local, like a town or city, of any desired location or locations around the world, will allow you to receive notifications and email to your identity. As I say, you can choose county, state, country, or world, where you would adjust what you would want to receive from the outside information to view in your records from within the public. This will locate any name in the world and will look up and or see different assigned job professions by assigned number that are available in search of a job in any location throughout the world. This will show the job description of a services list of jobs. Anyone can view the list of jobs by number associated for simple identity for the people to use. You can choose from the list your title of any job if you meet the qualifications of said job to select to be known as your employment, desire, or profession. When you enter your search anywhere in the world, it will always show an updated and current information on all people. It will show a picture of the face of what the individual looks like, the address, the phone number, the email, and the number of the job description with the description of the job assigned by ACE Services, of which each person's job title will be, which you can select from a list of specific jobs classifications where it will show a basic type of all of jobs for the world to be able to choose from as a profession within the ACE Services database. If you are unsure of what profession you may fall under, there are generic job titles to choose from, like general labor, homemaker, enthusiastic, entrepreneur, believer, and any other job category similar. Choose or select as what you would like to be known for as your position or passion that you would hold in the world. In order to hold some positions in the database, you will need proof of schooling to show you are qualified to hold these assigned positions or have employment to the description of said job to qualify for the profession, name, or job title to be assigned. Or from your place of employment might list you for that particular job in the list of jobs as a journeyman position until you qualify for the position. Any time you want to switch a job position or try for another job listing, you will have to go to the Ace of Spades department, Ace of Service, and have the job description changed in the database. You will be able to list up to 3 different qualifications from job list offered through ACE Services of your desired life job or desired names to be recognized from the list. This is if you qualify for that position authorized through the ACE Services Ace of Spades department. The great thing about listing your job preference is that anytime you wish to look for employment, all you must do is click on looking for job icon next to your registered number addressed to each person, showing the individual basic information on the main page when assessing your ACE Services personal site. It will open up a window to have options to pick from, a list also with a backup tab or arrow icon to back up to the previous list or page that was selected. If you have more than 2 pages of different information addressed from other files of any individual in the world, like legal authorization documents, photos, videos, or links to other sites in the world, like Google, YouTube, this will be accessible for all to use as desired. So on the bottom of any open page given by ACE Services for All will have the same layout in order to operate accordingly for the function to interact with Windows, Microsoft, Apple software, and will show all of the open tabs for forward or backward arrow of an icon to select or click on the bottom right while viewing any tab or page. This will allow you to move freely through your open tabs of any authorized ACE Service computer or electrical device within an annotated chip to support the ACE Service database with its encryption. If you are on a laptop or a desktop computer, you can use your mouse to click on the desired tabs. If you are looking for a job locally, you would pick whatever countries you would like to possibly work in. You will then have the option to select the locations of choice by clicking on the little circle or box located on the right side of every location listed in the system around the world. Whether it's town, city, county, state, or country, it will show locally the towns within 50 miles from you, and if you select the state, it will list all counties or districts in that state to choose from. If you click county or country, it will show all the states for that country. So if you pick the United States, it will show all the states if you wanted, show all the states. And if you wanted to work in Florida, you could click Florida, where it will show the counties for Florida. Then you would click on all the counties that you would like to offer your resume in to seek employment. If you wanted to work in a Pacific town or city, you would open the Pacific tab to where the town, city is located in, whatever state you choose to locate the city or town of desire. Also, if you want to look for a job anywhere in the world, you can select whatever country you choose to have your availability to work as desired if you want. Now, if you would like to look up any person or as many people searches as you want to do, all you want to do is switch the setting on the magnifying glass icon by selecting the people search tab or button that is displayed. If you type in Scott Chally in the search window, it will show all the Scott Challys in the world, also showing the other names associated with the named individuals. There are multiple options to select if you are in your employment site as well for your personal site. The employment site will show all the people in whatever departments within the establishment as a constant of who are all employed for that establishment. All employees will have the access to the department list of establishments list of all who are employed through each said business of employment. Walter Davis. That sounds really good for the businesses or anyone to look up in the system of people at their employment out there in the world. I like the system you have. Let me hear more. If you want to look someone up for the establishment of employees, just click on the job establishment button or the employee tab located next to the search window. Then select whatever department from the drop-down menu to where it will show the people that work in that department. This will show a list with different options to choose from on each person in the world. This will allow communications from all that work for these establishments around the world. So if you type whoever you may be looking for in the chain of employment, it will show if they're associated with that business of employment. You can view all the ones listed by just clicking on each name on the list. As for what it'll show is the full name, picture of the individual's face, the individual phone number icon, a message icon, the individual's email icon, and the individual's current address. It will also show the individual's current job description or desired passion of choice with associated profession number that comes from the standard list of people's jobs to choose from in the system for the world. Then if you select that same name again, in the info on that individual will disappear, and then will only show the basic first and last name within the list. Anytime a person calls you on the phone, their name and number will show on a call log with the system tied to your phone network to run harmony with one another, and you're able to open the basic information on everybody across all people of the world. Only the individual's own stored information that accumulates over time in the records will be within the menu of display, will be given the access to view when wanting to. Every time you bring a list of candidates to view, if you click on the circle or box to the right of the individual on the list, on any list, it will bring up a second window to be able to make a file if you want to, and will show the person or the people that you have clicked on within the list of multiple lists when viewing the A-Service database. There will be a variety of same pattern of different buttons to select on every list that pops up to allow you to interact with anyone. So if you start a new list or a list from a kept file in the ACE Services database to be at your access to use as like. But now let's say you need to put them in a new window or folder to keep the record and easily accessible to where it will be command to combine the other lists together as desired. Then if you select the save option, it will then save your current list on the file. This will be used mostly by business to advertise to people through different locations of choice where they can expand their list in many ways. Also, if you would like to start a new folder or contact an individual separately from the list, all you would have to do is click on the name from within the list. This will open up and show a message icon button, email icon button, and a phone icon button that will be standard for all as an option to select for communications to one another throughout the world. So if you wanted to send a quick message to anyone, all you would have to do is select the message icon button on the screen where a text window will pop up where you will be able to type whatever you want. If there is no keyboard hooked up to the ACE Services device, a touch screen keyboard will appear on the screen to be used. This will automatically show the person you're contacting within the contact information that is stored in the ACE Service database system and with what desired title that individual would like to hold for a career occupation of choice. This will be a standard for all individuals in the system of any attempt to communicate with anyone. All actions are monitored in the system one way or another and will show for your records to where you will be able to look back on if you want to reference. Let's say you want to send a picture and a YouTube video to someone. In a text window for the individual, there will be an attachment icon selected to where you will have the option to search for you can have access to any site on the web. You will have access to your personal files from the device you may hold or have saved to your phone, laptop, desktop, computer, and all files in connection with your chip identity of ACE Services. This will hold all the data on everybody, everyone, and everything throughout the world in one large mega database system. Your identity and all information on everyone will always be secure in the system while functioning in everyday life. You will be able to access your personal gallery of your pictures where you will be able to select and or copy and paste files and links to this text. Just like now in the world with technology, you're able to do group messages to whoever. But now you will be able to contact people as you would like. It will open up to the world for personal and professional desire of each person or establishment tied to the ACE Services system. Now you're thinking, you will get spammed with messages and emails from around the world. But I say each person can control what they want to receive from the business or from people around the world. Any individual can individually contact anyone. But if a person wants to contact all their friends at the same time within a text message or an email to a birthday party on a certain day, only the people added to everyone's friends list within the system will be able to receive messages with a certainty in a mass distribution or fashion. This will be due to the fact that the individual or any individual chooses to turn off any of the areas within the ACE Services program, which will be given accessibility to receive a contact from outsiders of personal wants, needs to be addressed in professional actions that some business may want to share with the public. To not receive any messages from text or from email or both text and email of discretion, either locally within 50 miles or county, state, country, and world to have the option to turn off all or any locations within accessibility to a services site. You are also able to go into your options to select any location or locations from around the world for either message or emails, with the acceptance to receive information of whoever or whatever to be sent to you may be blocked. For the amount of people to accept for any individual's friends list will be as many as 5,000 people. If a business misuses a friends list to go around the system trying to reach people that do not want to be bothered, all anyone must do is show the message stating stop, send message or email to the affiliate person or business, and that affiliation is still contacting you after you had told them not to. All you have to do is go to the post office, scan your chip in the computerized device on the table next to the people's suggestion box or suggestions or situation box for the people of the world to have accessibility to. This device will allow you to use voice command if you like, and will type out your message, which you can view on a screen. When you're okay with what you have to say, you can press print to print it out. All documentation addressed must obtain a signature for it to be acted on by a service. Can fill out any card to put it in the suggestion box at any government post office. You can take a screenshot of the message of how they're still contacting you, or a service justifiers investigation department. When solving the matter, they may ask for the individual to stop into the A Spades department and have them open up their records for them to show how the person or the establishment was not responding to their wishes for not being contacted. Walter Davis. Wow, just like that, and actions will be acted on and solved by submitting it to with a signature and with showing proof. Recordings work as a defense in proving cases then? Yes, there will be easy access to select on your phone of a voice recorder. This way, at any time you have a situation that is suspicious, worrisome, you can select to record up to 1 hour per message. If you are on the phone, you can select it to record any time during the conversation without the other party knowing. And if it will go into the recorded message of your file to listen to or send to anyone. This will hold actual verification of what is at hand and is legal to post on any media outlet, and hold no privacy for the public. This will make a person act reasonable on what they should say because it could be recorded. It will hold legal in court if the recording came from your encrypted phone, and it will show for your identity. Just because anyone, business, or establishment chooses not to remove the individual from any list sent, just because anyone, business, or establishment chooses not to remove the individual from any list sent, which will go on the complaint against that business performance record, nothing can be done if you are opened up to allow access of locations for messages and emails. Most people will want to have the local locations turned on in their app if notifications of events and special offers through businesses to cast out to the local community. Any person can have access to the post in 10 different districts. This will also include any business with 50 employees or less. The description of districts or counties depends on where you are at in the world. Will not send out more than 3 different emails to multiple people for advertising from anyone or establishment within a 24-hour period. The text message can be, however, many you wish to communicate back and forth, communicate with. You see in the text from anyone is a single file that an individual, it can go on as far as communicating with one another forever if you like. If you get a text and don't like them, you can hide them from view, but will always be connected or intertwined to your permanent profile you established as time goes along. We will use counties as a standard when addressing territory in the lowest level, where it contains villages, towns, and cities within. 51 employees in a business or establishment to 499 employees. These businesses will be given access to use the email advertised within the system throughout 5 different state locations if need be, and plus they can advertise to 10 counties of liking. From 500 to 999 employees will have the access to send emails to as many as 10 different counties. Authorization will be granted for these companies to have the capability to post. This will give them accessibility to post locally up to 10 counties as well. 1,000 employees and above will have all the world of its countries and counties to be able to receive emails from the establishments. Also any person on the planet that has a net worth of $1 billion or more will also be entitled to post emails or text messages to all the countries in the world. They will also be able to send emails locally to 10 counties of liking through mass distribute of emails to be sent out. This can only be allowed in the system to occur 3 times a day, and that's for all equally the same at all levels, whether it's county, state, country, or world. Emails will have to be established for everyone in the world. This will be a priority for all people in the world will have to have. Also, all people will have phones, which the first phone will be supplied by the government, allowing you to choose so many phones to choose from, with an authentication and encrypted chip installed for it to operate within the ACE services system in each phone or computer device. There will be no authorization of telebots hooked up to any phone line in the world to generate clientele. If a business needs to create clientele, it will have to be through messages, emails, one-on-one person phone calls. All attempts from any business or any person using computerized telebots will have strikes placed against whatever business where he or she could face fines by ACE services for each action, and if it happens too many times, the business will be closed down for a short time, revoking its authorization to operate. Or if an individual within the world causing the problem, this individual may receive jail time on multiple attempts when caught. Not everyone will be okay with allowing their phone number and address in the system for all to see and have access to for all the world. This way, anyone can interact with anyone if they want to. I know what you fear, having easy access to a person's phone number or address. I'll give you, for instance, you had sold a car to someone from another location other than from your house, and he or she contacts you by phone because he or she was unable to look up your number through the ACE services system from the sales slip and what is written in the title. So you have this heated conversation about the car breaking down on them. But when you had sold the car to the individual, it was sold for as is. And you had also told them it was a reliable car. You don't want to listen to the individual, and you're done talking about the car situation, and you feel you are not responsible for the car breaking down. So you say, leave me alone, and hang up on the phone. Later that evening, that person shows up at your door and rings your doorbell, where you answer the door and feel very bothered for this individual showing up at your door. So you have a few words towards the individual standing at your door wanting conversation for the car, and you tell them you won't have nothing to do with your problem and you must now leave, or I'll call the police and have you removed from my premises. The individual leaves you and you assume everything is okay, so you decide you don't want to make a complaint to the ACE Services suggestion or complaint boxes that are in every post office. The next morning, you go out to your car that is parked in your driveway and notice that your car has a 6-foot scratch on the side of on the side that looks like it had been scratched by a key. You put the 2 and 2 together and realize the person from the day before probably had done the scratch, so you go down to the post office and fill out and sign a complaint to the name and number of the phone of the one who believed you had done the inconvenience to you. One of the justifiers from the Ace of Spades department will contact you within a week of submitting a complaint, but most likely the next day if they're not too swamped with complaints by either message, email, phone, or whatever, or however they feel they would like to communicate with you. When the ACE Services 5-person justifier team collects the necessary information on the situation from both parties involved, they will discuss and vote on the outcome and actions that will be needed to be taken. In this case, they would favor you for the wrong that has been done to you, due to the fact this person was one of the last people to be around the car when the scratch had happened. Also, due to his or her aggressive temper at the time when it had occurred, even though no one seen him or her do the crime, it will be foreseeable on the aggressor of this simple case of this sort. Cases of severe bodily harm or death and cases of consist of more than $10,000 or more in theft or damage to one's property of this value will have a jury to resolve the actions taken between the parties, and it will be determined right by the people of the jury. As far as drug offenses that are considered will be handled by the justifier's office of certain standards to abide by when selecting discipline for or on each matter. If there is an illegal drug dealer selling drugs that are considered to be hazardous to your health by the government, it will take a 13-person jury with a judge to decide the outcome. A jury will no longer have to have members to agree on the case at hand to make it a hung jury for whoever. Now it will be a simple decision, a vote by each member tasked for the trial to just log into the ACE Services legal law and court order section within their file and select on the Law and Order tab on the screen. Once that tab opens, there will be a list or menu to access different files within the Law and Order site of each person. If you had a complaint, it may fall under simple misdemeanor complaints on the menu, or if you had a traffic violation, it may be under another tab within the menu. If you have a crime that requires a sentence where you have to perform time to the government, it will be of another example. All active actions in the computer system will be colored red to show it's still ongoing until the action has been resolved or the sentence has been fulfilled. Also, another tab from the menu will show you have jury duty scheduled for the future. You will get a notification notice as soon as you are selected for jury duty on the main page when you log into your site, and it'll disappear when you click on the OK icon on the pop on the screen. This will show all the cases you are selected for without the name of the individual that is set forth for trial of whatever dates to appear on. If there are no trials for the week, this will include local, county, district court, state court, or federal court cases to be decided by the Justifier's Office of situations that are at hand for each a service location within the world. Or maybe on a couple of days for the week will only have to be fulfilled for jury duty, not always making a 5-day work week. Also, there won't be any jury duty scheduled on any country's major holidays during the year. They fall within the common 5-day work week. Until the time of the trial, or 30 minutes before the start time of the trial, the file at hand will be activated by the acting judge that will allow you to log in for the case at hand. There will always be a backup judge on call within the same file for them 2 judges located in their law and order section of their files, where they will be able to activate commands to 15 jurors to allow access and voting to said person or persons standing in the eyes of the court. This will allow you to see the name or names of the one or the ones that are on trial, but will not give you the authorization to vote until the judge opens it up after the case has been heard in the courtroom. When you are capable to vote, there will be 3 areas to choose from, but must only select one in each area. If there's more than one voting option to choose from, these cases will be set up by the Justifier's Office, and everyone that is selected or considered to be involved in deciding court cases will have the files of the cases in their records, where they will be permanent. For instance, if it was a custody case, to see which parent may receive custody of each child in the relationship, to select which parent to receive the right to care for the children, or the jury may select 50-50 custody as an option per child. Or the jury may have an option for one of the parents to pay no more than 25% or up to $500 of their worked income per child of the children at hand in the relationship that's resolved by the court system. Another option could be no child cost granted for whichever spouse it is decided on. That would be an option if there were 2 children in the relationship, where the government will authorize each person in the relationship one child fund credit given of $500 a month. No one will have to worry or foresee the future with having to pay outrageous child support just because the individual has a lot of money or has a good job. Now in the new world, the divorce settlements is entitled to be settled 50-50 in the relationship if it's equal in earning the same amount of income or money. So if the woman earns 30% of the combined income, she will be entitled to receive 30% of the divorce settlement, or if she had made 100% of the income or money received on average during the time of the relationship, she will get 100% for the divorce settlement of what assets are available at hand in the relationship when it is resolved. This will not be decided by court, but will be figured out by a lawyer's office to sort out the money matters in a relationship of separation where there shouldn't be a problem, because in your records will show all the income earned in dates when you made the money. So it's just a mathematical problem within each person's records. And if there were If there were 3 in a relationship, it would be divided by 33% if all the ones in the relationship worked equally. This will have to be comped out to where the money made by whoever is living in the relationship has fair and just rights. So if he or she made 50% of the earned money in the relationship, he or she would get the amount earned while being together of your joint relationships assets only that are available to claim, like cars, boats, houses, property, jewelry, tools, cash, or whatever the person feels needs to be addressed to their lawyer. If there is a discrepancy within the settlement of the assets the lawyer had prepared and the other party in the relationship does not want to sign off on the divorce separation settlement amount, it then will be decided on by the A-Service Justifiers Department. The lawyer will have to submit the case to the Justifiers Office and an appointment, or by sending the file data on the individual they're representing to the justifier by a call. The information will be received and the action order will be started at that time to be decided on by the Ace Services, Ace of Spades Justifiers Department for the matter of this sort. The proof of address in the Ace Service database system will show when whoever is living in the same household. And all money received to any person through the government, work pension, or through someone granting you part in their estate or money to receive other than the ones that you have lived with will count for the percentage to receive at separation, unless the money assets were depleted because of normal living expenses while living together. It will be of the time together and what they had accumulated for possessions and money during the time of living together as a relationship. It will have to be of a year living together or of a marriage, and there will be no longer be any alimony paid to the opposite partner in a divorce. With high profile or rich people, they won't have to worry about ending a relationship and to be taken to the cleaners because of a greedy partner. What I say is, try and work your relationship out where you had love for in the beginning. I say no one is going to grant you favoritism other than the government to assure that you're taken care of at the bare minimum of what it costs for living within the world. So if your spouse who thinks it's going to be better to separate because of your other significant money at hand, you won't get that riches of your partner for it to hold him or her back in their life. The court system will only allow one choice to select per group of choices to be voted on per case as it is acted on. So if you accidentally selected the wrong one, all you have to do is select the one that you want to go with a second time, and it will automatically change your selection to be the correct one. When you're sure you're on your decision, you can select and submit the button within the file. You should feel privileged that that you were chosen to make the decisions in court because you are part of the American justice by the people. When you log into each case, you will automatically get paid after a week-long service you committed to the jury duty. The week-long commitment may take as long as 12 hours a day, but no longer than 12 hours, and overtime will be paid for any day past 6 hours. All the functions for the court cases will be accessible through each person's phone. The rate for each person around the world to perform jury duty will be a standard $30 an hour for any person. When you're randomly called from the computer of A Services to appear in court, you must commit to the commitment of showing up and participating as a juror, in the understanding that your opinion will stand whether you agree or you don't agree with the one on trial. There will be 15 people assigned each week to show up for court as court is to be held. The only way to get out of the assigned jury duty is where you can't possibly miss a life-threatening procedure or of a death of a loved one, like parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, cousins, grandparents. Excuse for the day of the funeral, and if it's a near friend that had passed, you must put in a request to take off from jury duty for the day of the funeral that can't be rescheduled. A doctor's note will be needed for the individual said situation, or if on the day you are scheduled to appear in as a juror, you become sick, you will have one freebie time given as an okay. But if you miss a second day without a doctor's excuse for jury, you will be put back on top of the selection list for the jury. That is, if you don't commit to your assigned days during the trial of the week. So you're able to miss one day with nothing done. More than one day, you will have to show each day missed with the proof of documentation of said sickness will have to be annotated in the individual's medical records to show proof to the acting judge. You can have a note written out by the doctor and have to present it to the judge in order to release your excuse in the system for no other consequences to come to you. You will have 1 week from Friday of the last day of jury for the week to be able to show your excuse, or you will get a weekend in jail that you will have to commit to for your actions you had failed to commit to. If a doctor signs off on why you couldn't make the appointed jury trials, this will be accepted. So if you're sick and you miss more than one day, you have to get a doctor's note to bring it to the appointed Ace of Spades office within 1 week of the missed trial duty. Or you can present it to the judge to release you from other commitment, or have an excuse documented in your medical so the justifier can open it up at the ACE service office to cover your reasoning of why you missed. If not, you will be ordered to serve 1 weekend in jail or 48 hours. For this fact of interrupting a government trial of business that may cause the legal system or the courts to reschedule cases if people don't show. So yes, I feel if a person wishes to skip out on a commitment to society, they should have consequences to endure. And I feel 2 days on the weekend should justify the discipline to be given. And plus, I want the individual that skips the jury duty to be placed back on top of the jury list for the next selection of candidates. No one should have to do jury duty more than one time every 7 years, unless they fail their first commitment. The age for the selection of jury duty will be from the age of 25 to 65 years of age. If you are crippled up and you can't get around appropriately or have a disability where it affects your everyday life, it must be annotated in your medical records, and there will be a yes or no mark in your medical file to allow you to show the system to allow the selection of people who are able to perform jury duty. Also, anyone who submits or places time off on their vacation days on their work calendar in the ACE services system will not be selected for jury duty during the time that they or you take off, as long as it is annotated 30 days or more in the system. So I say stand tall and be an American and do your commitment to society if called upon. You will see the order of the cases that is in hand in your file, and you can look at and act on the document of judgment on said court hearing. There will be options that you can look at that can come available and will open up to you after the judge in charge of listing, verifying the evidence is shared to both parties, directing fair legal presentation from both parties to be fair within the law. The judge will go into his or her file when he or she is ready for what will be decided by the jury and select an action button or a tab to select to allow the 13 to 15 members the availability to cast their vote for or against the defendant of whatever said trial at that time. Only the judge of the trial will be able to see all the results of the person's decision on trial. The judge will call the court to session again and read out the 13 votes that he had in his file. As he or she says, juror number 1 vote for 7 years, juror number 2 voted for half a sentence or 3.5 years, and juror number 3 voted for to be set free on the voting ballot in the system, and so on until all 13 votes are accounted for. We will say that after the judge reads out all the votes and they were a tie with the same number of votes, 7-year sentence and 3.5-year sentence. So the judge looks at his phone or the computer screen and reads out the 14th juror vote to come up with the majority vote to choose to close the case. If 2 jury members didn't show to court, there would be only 13 jury members total to make the decision in court. This would have to be a jury trial. This would have been a good jury trial, but will not be decided on for actions to receive if votes don't show one of the 3 sections as a majority. The judge will enact the sentence what was decided by the court for the crime by set laws with standards set justice or prison sentence to abide by within the government. Each case is set up by a service justifiers department ahead of time, so when the party is found guilty, he or she will know what the disciplinary action could or will be. Certain high-profile cases may need a jury. Also, large divorce settlements may need a jury for individual, or the individuals will fall into these categories I list. Certain sexual assault cases will have to appear in front of a jury, which will be decided on the justifier's location of where the complaint had come in. And the justifiers will make all decisions on how all complaints will be handled by standardized spreadsheet listing a common actions for whatever offenses are done within the public that are not considered appropriate in society. Cases that fall within the guidelines or similar cases will be standard for what the penalties or discipline may be addressed for each case that comes to them. Justifiers will make all decisions on each matter, whether it's assign disciplinary classes to attend in order to watch a video, or assigning community service, or given an assigned prison jail sentence to perform. The one that is facing the matter of what is at hand is to be decided by the jury. You see, the justifiers will handle all simple complaints to be decided on from the public. Like if a person had made a purchase or had a service done by another person or business, if the service wasn't acceptable for what was decided when you had agreed for the service or the product that was received, we will use an example of a service from a local contractor that did a remodeling job for someone. A week later, the person or homeowner that had the remodeling done sees in the living room ceiling what looks like a water leak, and it's covering a 6-foot area in the ceiling. You call the one that remodeled a couple bedrooms upstairs and remodeled the upstairs bathroom, and they were paid for a job well done and accepted by the owner. But a week later, you have a situation of a water leak and want it fixed or taken care of by the one who did the service. The contractor tells the homeowner that his service was fulfilled and there is nothing that will be done. So the homeowner goes to the post office and to a computerized communication hub and scans his or her assigned identity chip to the device and types out a complaint with addressing the name of the business and the contractor name and a brief statement stating the situation. Then it's printed and signed. Then it's placed in the complaints and suggestions box. The next day, one of the A-Service justifiers contact you by message saying if you take a picture of the water damage and send it to them to their number, then tell them if they haven't already to get a plumber to fix the leak and send a copy of the repair to the same number and patiently stand by until we figure out what needs to be done. Since there was a problem within the first 3 months or 84 days, the service has been done. The contractor or the one that provided the service has to guarantee their work or service by government standards. The A-Service Justifier's office calls the contractor and explains that he or she has to stand behind their work that they administered through the business for a minimum of 3 months by government standards. The 2 different justifier teams of 5 people each will be annotated in the system for every order drawn up, and the 5-panel justifier team will have the protocol of disciplinary actions or to resolve each situation that is presented to them. When an action is to be addressed, there will be a standard set form placed in the person's record under law and order, which will be permanent for that record. This will also show for a business and will stay active in the A-Service A-Spades Justifier's office for every situation that comes to them, with all justifiers on the correction order form of what is generated for each person who has a situation. A-Service Justifiers Department had decided for the damage or the problem to be taken care of within 3 months and had it addressed in each party's record under simple complaints in law and order in pop-up message on the person's main page when logged in to let the individual know. Any action that is written up with all parties involved will have action sheet added to their records to show whatever action pending in red. There is a double check system where there will be another team of 5 justifiers to decide for the same matter that was decided for the justice to be performed. The second team won't know what the actions were decided from the first team of justifiers, but will have all the notes and research info and data for each case. Now back to the car scratch. The local justifiers will contact and order the individual that came to the door and had harassed you to pay the damage done to the car, and would have 2 charges placed against him or her. For one, this will be considered unintentional stalking, and the damage to the property will be another crime, and that is considered assault since it was directed towards you. This discipline for the first charge of unintentional stalking through ACE services will have the individual within the offense come to the ACE of Spades department within the county to watch an hour-long video. On the matter of unintentional stalking, on why in the different situations that are considered wrong to do within society. The video will tell of other offenses of the same nature and how it affects the individual for increased discipline for each situation if it shall happen again. Also, you will have to pass a test over the video with a 70% or better. If you don't pass the test, you will have to come back another day to watch and take the test over and over until you have a passing grade. You will only have 1 month, 28 days to react to the time of receiving the notification to fulfill your commitment to watch the assigned videos for simple misdemeanors within the government. If you choose not to serve your commitment in the time allotted, the police will locate you wherever you are and place you in jail for 2 days with no excuses of getting out of it. But at least you won't have to watch the video if you do the time. If you're unable to read or comprehend the test, you may be tasked to watch another 4 videos decided by the ACE service justifiers. It will be up to the justifiers for each person's commitment to serve. On the second offense of assault, where it's a little more serious, where the individual will learn about and watch an hour-long video on what is considered an assault and why it is not tolerated in our society, along with what will happen if you shall get a second and a third offense of the same in nature. He or she will have to pass a test over the video. And the second added discipline to be granted or decided by the justifiers for the act of doing damage to one property in an attempt of acting out revenge is to serve 100 paid hours at $10 an hour of community service within 16 weekends with a start date and a location to show up at. Community service may consist of mowing, weed eating grass, or either by riding mower or push mower, sweeping, gardening, collecting trash, painting, gathering branches, and of any job that does not need technical knowledge or of a degree. What the community workers that are ordered to serve will not be required to do, even if they're qualified, is to do technical work like electrical, construction, plumbing, mechanical, secretarial, or be able to drive any vehicle that requires a license. Why was the person charged with vandalism versus assault? It's because he had the charge of unintentional stalking that shows his anger, and damage shows on his act of violence, which is also an assault towards that person. All disciplinary actions to be fulfilled must be logged into the ACE Services database under corrections of your law and order record. There will be a login button that will monitor any activity done for whatever is to be performed, like watching videos or serving community service hours. There will be a page in a file of your site that will show what directed to perform by law by any participant of corrected actions and this will be found in the Law and Order section of each individual site. There will be a login button to select for each different discipline procedure to be completed. So for watching a video address from a Service Justifiers Department, you will automatically get paid 2 hours for the class of $10 an hour. If you were to watch a video on sexual harassment, you would log into the site and go to the Law and Order section and click in and find the description of the topic, which will be listed and logged in by selecting the login button. Then you can watch the video and you can take the test and achieve a 70%. If you are then granted free of commitments from the government when all actions are performed on the action pending in red in your records that are set up by the justifiers. When the action in your file changes from red to gray, it means that there is no more worry and the actions because they have been resolved. You forgot to sign out after taking the test, but within the system there will be a timer set for the announcements to automatically log you out in the system after 2 hours. Now, the person that supposedly placed a long scratch on your car where you used the ACE service action of disputes and suggestion service that is available to all in the world. You assume your situation was handled and taken care of by the justifiers of ACE Services, Ace of Spades Department. The guy is irate about the whole situation, and he feels the only way he can find justice is to go back to the place of the one who sold him the car and settle his problem with them. Now he's at the door of the one who turned him in to the law and bangs on the door. The owner comes to the door and starts to open the door, and the guy pushes the door open, and the homeowner falls from the sudden push, and then gets up right away and sees the guy pull a revolver out from behind his back. The homeowner runs to their bedroom in the house, to the kitchen, and closes the door to the bedroom and goes to the nightstand and gets his 9mm handgun, and then threatens the person from the other side of the door that you have a gun and will use it if you don't leave. The guy ignores what was said and breaks the bedroom door, and at that time the homeowner has the right to shoot the individual anywhere from the waist and lower on the body, but not authorized to kill the individual due to the fact that he or she did not fire their weapon. If the person had fired or opened fire, you would have the right to kill the individual for self-defense, and it would be clear of murder because it was an act of defense. Now, you're saying, what if I don't have a weapon and this happens? Well, let's say the homeowner has their phone with them and then runs to the basement where they have a metal door for a wine cellar, and now inside the wine cellar room with the door locked, all you have to do is on the screen of your phone, there is an option of a fingerprint identification. And all you have to do is hold your thumb or fingerprint for 7 seconds, and there will be an alarm or a loud siren type sound that you can authorize it with a voice command or by answering the question at hand on the phone that says, "Is this an emergency?" Where you say yes or select yes. If you accidentally activated the alarm, all you would have to do is select the no or say no. This is not an emergency, and nothing will happen. Only answering the question with a yes will activate the system automatically. Allow one ambulance, one police officer, and a fire truck crew to the scene. This will all happen by using triangulation of your phone to where you're located on Earth by cell towers and satellites to know where your location is at to the nearest address. The action from the person's activating the help action on the phone that is presented. This will be easily accessible because all 3 response teams are activated on the emergency at hand, also having a list of all that are responded by the A services system of the local, where it will show a contact name and number to know who's with each response team. Realize after the alert comes in, the paramedic passenger can try and call the number that shows for the emergency on the display in the vehicle to find out what to expect when they show up and maybe call for more help to the scene. Now, you hope that your metal door is strong enough to keep the intruder out until the police show. But let's say the intruder doesn't have a gun and you do. You're not authorized to kill the individual, even if he or she is on your property, but will be decided by court if the homeowner shoots the individual in the leg because you were fearful for the individual that was coming at you on your property while telling the individual to leave or stop. If you shoot someone on your property and they don't have a weapon, you may be subject to go to what the court feels is adequate for the crime done. It could be a 20-year sentence if a life is taken, or 7 years if you shoot and wound it. This will be an assault on the victim, and if you can't prove your case in front of a jury, you may get 7 years for causing harm or action harm on the trespasser when there are other ways to handle the situation. But just like celebrities and famous people out there in the world, we will have their main phone contact line for the people of the world to use if like. People may want to invest in a second line for privacy. So for this reason, if any feel they need to get a second line to use within the A services system, they will be authorized to do so. It will function accordingly within the A services system by keeping track of all the operating data of a second line as well. The number will be added to your chip identity in your files to be assigned to each person that wishes to have a second line in the world. No one will know your new number unless you call that individual from the phone or give him or her your number, where it will be kept from the public's access to view. Or you can have it to where the number won't show for the phone number but still lists the name of the caller for security purposes. But when the system of A services will be able to access your number if needed, so it will have to be added to the A services database. One thing I would like to mention is that you will not have to log into any site with a password anymore. Your chip will be encrypted to where only the individual that have access to any site with security of the individual's information in the completion of the world order. All separate websites that require access will be able to adapt to the new system for all. So Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Amazon, PayPal, Venmo, and any other established site that may retain information on you. All the people of the world will have to do is in the ACE Services personal homepage that all will be granted for access to your files because of the master chip that they hold to allow access. On your main page, after you authorize your access in your system, you may place whatever apps you like to have for your accessibility to interact with within the world however the individual wishes. Within the menu you select, you have an authorized listing of all apps that may be selected. Any sites that are not in the ACE service system but are accessed through the internet is of an unsecured line will not affect your files of encryption, but it will be considered not secure on the credibility by why it is not authorized to operate by the government standards. Now back to the topic of retrieving a job through ACE Services site for all people of the world. Anyone will be able to post for a job anywhere in the world for any job classification they're qualified for or position to be offered, with the acceptance of the employer to allow the individual to be trained for the position. Realize everyone will have a standard resume template to use within their file of a services database that can be changed or filled out to the liking of each person as time goes on. When you post looking for a job, your resume listing of your history of employment or schools of training, education, academic achievement record, this will be available to view from any interested employer looking for a candidate to fill their position. There will be authorization given to each business establishment to allow human resource personnel or so many people to have authorization to view education, academic achievement records, and of previous employment or current employment. Also of schooling attend in their records for hiring people to the ACE Services system. This will include any time anyone does any type of corrections that are longer than a week long, like serving time in a facility set forth by the government in law. This will show your attendance in life for each career choice attend and worked in a revolving record that will always be current. If a person is offered work in or from any government correction facility, jail, or prison, they will only be entitled to make $10 an hour according to the new world standard, where the minimum of what pay will be not less than $10 an hour. Also, if the person that is in the correction facility chooses to work, it will show up in their employment window of their records and will show a revolving record of what you or they have done for work and what your retirement has accumulated for a balance over time. There will be correction facilities general work number allotted to address all the different jobs to the government correction facilities or departments of corrections for the people that fall within this category. This will be the world standard for paying out all who are doing time for their actions of $10 an hour, whenever logged into the system for work. Once a court has sentenced whoever to time, they will have to serve it in part of the process of the courts to annotate the time from the starting date till the time of the sentence has been fulfilled. Each person will be kept track of through the ACE Services Ace of Spades department. All that are active doing sentences from around the world will have a standard job rate of pay of $10 an hour. All will be authorized from any person doing whatever from any correction facility at the facilities at the officer's discretion with who will do whatever if it allows jobs to be worked. The common structure of some of the basic crimes I will list. For instance, if a person is charged with a death of another, the max sentence penalty or jail time for any single death charge will not be more than 20 years to serve in prison or a total jail time of the offense. If it is a double homicide, they may get up to 40 years, and if there were a third victim that was killed, that person may never step foot out into society ever again and will have to serve a life sentence in prison until they are bedridden. This is when they may go to a care facility. There will no longer be a death penalty in the world. When these death cases go to court, there will be 3 options for the jury to select from. One will be 20-year sentence. The next option will say 10-year sentence. And the third option will be, I feel the crime warrants no corrections, and I feel the individual should be set free. If the person is an accessory to murder, their max sentence would be 10 years and stand in the same trial to make the decision by the jury. The next crime I will state is meth or crystal meth, and of drugs of this sort will be a 7-year sentence if you have more than 3.5 grams in your possession, where a jury will decide your fate. On a second offense, the penalty may be double or 14 years. You could be facing by the people. And if you had received a third charge of having meth in your possession of 3.5 grams, you could get up to 20-year sentence for, as an individual, will be considered as a dealer. Meth destroys the mental ability and function according to society that allows a person to act out irrationally. On rape cases, it must show a struggle from one who says they have been raped under the age of 15 years of age without the consent of a parent of said child. Rape charges will receive 14 years for a max sentence of a first-time offended decided by a jury. A second offense, or if a person raped multiple women, they will get up to 20 years. A third different offense addressed to the court could send the rapist away in prison for life. Now for sexual harassment and sexual assault. If there is no sexual penetration, the sexual harassment and sexual assault will be handled by videos to understand what you can or can't do in the situation of a sexual assault case by the justifier's office. Some sexual assault cases may have common service to commit to for a short while. If a sexual harassment or assault happens 3 different times within 7 years that has been addressed to the justifier's office, that person will have to automatically do 1 year in prison for 3 different occasions reported as the fault. For assault to someone that causes bodily harm to an individual, better hope that that individual doesn't sustain medical board disability because of the injuries from the assault, because they may face 5 years in prison doing harm from an injury from a jury, as many have wages garnished for their life to pay for the victim of the medical condition they had caused. The action at the justifier office will put the file on hold till after medical proceedings are finished in 1 year, give or take a month. Basic assault cases will be handled by the justifier's standard layout for procedures to operate by. Theft will consist of first to fifth degree for a charge. Fifth degree will be miscellaneous theft of $10 or less. Fourth degree theft will be $10.01 to $100 in theft. Third degree theft will be $100.01 to $500 if it's a proven theft attempt. A second degree theft will consist of $501 to $10,000 in theft. A first degree theft will consist of $10,000.01 and up. For fifth degree theft, you will have to watch a video for the first offense that is about an hour long. And if it was your child under 18 years of age, both parents will be required to watch the video. Also, if a child is under the age of 12 years old, the parent will also receive the charge under their record in the system showing the child's name that did the crime. Under the age of 12, you will have to pay for the consequences of your child. At the age of 13 years old, the child will conform with the adult public on all crimes committed. The justifiers will put whatever action pending in each person's file of ACE services that needs to be fulfilled as a commitment. Fourth degree theft will get you a community service and a video to watch. Third degree theft will get you double the community service for every weekend for 6 months to a year, plus you will have to watch a video as well. Second degree theft will put you in front of a jury with the max of 3-year sentence if found guilty. First degree will give you a sentence of 10 years unless the amount of theft was over $1 million, then the max sentence could be as much as 20 years. The new laws for the people will be effective immediately after the people instate me as the leader of the world. All the people in prison will have to see if they have met the requirements of serve time compared to the new standards to see if they can be set free. All marijuana crimes and charges, also all cocaine crimes and charges against anyone sitting in prison or jail will be set free. Also, anyone holds a gathering charge will be set free. And for all the ones released from prison, I want the government of the world to immediately pay the ex-convicts a minimum of $1,500 in each country's currency to be paid monthly until the New World Order is up and running in January 2027. One last request is to release all the prisoners of war through the world, and that includes terrorists. Walter Davis. Terrorists, isn't that extreme? Not really, Walter. There will be no need to rise up against anyone due to fair and equal justice that will be for all the world. When you look at law officers, they will have the right to write any ticket by law, and you will have to pay it without taking it to court. You may pay the ticket at the time you received it. All tickets will be official when written up by a law officer. You can contest any ticket to the justifier's office if you feel it wasn't fair justice. Drug testing from businesses and establishments will not happen anymore. This is unfair for the workers not to be able to choose to use drugs on their recreational or personal time. No drugs should be used during any work hours across the world unless authorized by the employer. Anyone who takes drugs have a little bit of different effect on how they can work and communicate. So for the new standard, I will make a 3-check test for sobriety to be administered at any time. This can be done by any officer or any manager that feels an individual is inadequate, where they may be challenge the individual to do a sobriety test before any actions can be taken. The testing will consist of walking a 20-foot straight line. If the individual did fine on the walking, then you may have them recite the alphabet. If the person did fine on the alphabet, then you can have the count have them to count backwards from 100. All who passes the test is fine to work, and no further testing will be done on that individual, and it will be case closed. Now, if a person fails any one of the 3 tests administered, they must be sent home from work. The employee can be written up for the occurrence, and if they receive 2 write-ups before the 3rd time within a year, that employer will have full rights to fire that individual. On the 3rd time, being intoxicated or on drugs, the employer will request you to take a urinalysis test immediately to see if any drugs are in your system. And if you show up with any drugs in your system, that will show you as a fault. The employer would have full right to fire the individual, and the individual would have no right to defend himself unless a manager didn't like you and lied about not being capable to perform your job and falsely sent you home when you had passed the sobriety test given. What I would say to this is stop it before it goes to a second attempt and to send you home from work, where you will have to gather the witnesses which watched you do the sobriety test and make a complaint to ACE Services. The justifiers will look into all witnesses to report it and the one that sent you home to see if there is any malpractice. If the manager is at fault, he or she will get a strike against his or her performance record as well for the whole chain of command. On that first line leader, he or she can't receive more than 3 complaints of fault against the performance record in a 3-year time frame. Same way as if an officer of the law who pulls you over and believes you are incapable to drive, but if you pass all 3 areas of the sobriety test, the officer must let you go. Certain high-profile jobs will have to be monitored with a drug test, like airline pilots and surgical doctors. If an accident occurs during work, a blood test can be requested if the employer feels it's necessary. Guns will be authorized for people to carry on them in public as long as it's not an assault weapon across the world. All people will have to be authorized through ACE Services to own weapons. If anyone has an assault charge on their criminal record, they will not be authorized to own any weapons until 7 years have passed from your last offense, and then depending on the assault, you may or may not be authorized to own weapons again. The people with their weapons will not be authorized to bring them inside of schools, banks, courthouses, hospitals, public transportation, or airline transportation. When you go to the airport, they will have to check in your firearm in order to get on the flight. The age allowed to carry will be open at 18 years. For hunting, a youth can start at the age of 13, accompanied by an adult. A standard fishing license will be required at 18 years of age and will be a set standard of $25 a year to fish anywhere across the world. Hunting license will be set at $50 a year for all controlling game by the DNR, Department of Natural Resources, across the world. In order to get a fishing or hunting license, you will have to go to Ace Services, Ace of Spades department, and watch a 1-hour video and take a test. You will only be required to do this once in a life. Now, as far as smoking in the world, it will have to be adopted into our society as equal for all. So I say we will all have all public places to have both smoking and non-smoking available to the public. Airlines will have to offer smoking on their flights of any flights over 2 hours. Now, we live like we do because of some of these prissy people out there in the world that only think for themselves and not for what's fair for others. I say if you're a non-smoker, you walk away from the smoke if you don't like it. All drinking establishments around the world now can have smoking indoors. The businesses will maybe have to put better ventilation systems in their establishments. Some of these policies I have listed will be effective immediately or when the New World Order is set up in 2027. Now I will continue with how easy it is to try and get a job in the world system of Ace Services. So, for example, a person's job on a services site will be listed for the job classification as a general labor. That job number in the system, let's say, is listed as 1,389 for that job recognition number on the list. Now, let's say the local factory was looking for some assembly positions to be filled. The human resource personnel will have to access or look for employment to fill the position of need at their fingertips behind the Ace Services site. In the work screen for all licensed businesses to use, where there is an icon next to the looking for jobs on the top of the home page next to the search window. This will be used for authorized people in the system to have the accessibility to use to find, locate people for employment for any establishment. If you do not have authorization to search for employees, you will not be able to use this icon. The human resource personnel, when on the site, will click on or select the icon designated to find employment and will call this icon job availability. After clicking on the job availability icon, there will be a small window that will pop up allowing you to request locations from a list of icon commands from a small window of counties, state, countries that you may choose to look as a desire to fulfill your needs for employment. Understand that your place of business or where you are established will be a constant for when you select a county or the appropriate state, country you are in. So if you select county, it will show the list of counties for the state you're located in and country on top of the list. And just like state, it will bring all the states up for the country that you're in. Where you will look, where you will have to do for the search is select a little circle next to the appropriate site you would like to look for candidates for whatever classification that is needed to be filled. The small circle to select on the right side of the county, state, countries will be for all authorized personnel to be able to use for the selection within the Ace Services program. In order to find the candidates from around the world, you will have to enter the job classification or classifications of liking. For instance, if you were to fill a position that has to have a certain qualification, you would pick from the precise job number from all the jobs listed for the world. Also, when that window pops up, it will also give you an icon to select from the jobs list for you can look up whatever job you need for the search engine inside the eServices database system. When selecting the job list from within the pop-up window, it will show a complete list of all jobs in the world. If you do not wish to scroll through looking for proper job description, you can type in the window given and it will show a list from whatever you have typed for a job within the list. Of course, the list will be broken up into sections, like listing all the positions of what classifications you would like to pick that doesn't require schooling beyond 12th grade. The medical jobs, construction jobs, the government jobs, and then technical jobs, and then trademark jobs, and so forth, to make it easier to scan through all the different types of jobs. The list will show the categories in alphabetical order, and inside of each category will be an alphabetical order. The list of jobs may be 500 numbers to allot it for accessibility in the medical field. There may be 150 different types of jobs within the list. This is for there will be new. So if there's new job classifications to be added, one thing for sure is that the number given for whatever job when established in the eServices system will always stay the same. But if new jobs are added to the list, the new jobs will just be placed at the bottom of the category that it will fall within and will be in sequence with the number, but not alphabetically, unless you search alphabetically. Now, if the human resource personnel or authorized person was tasked to find more help for the business or factory, he or she will go to the employer site and select job availability icon and type in the job number that is allotted in the window on the site for jobs. An example, we'll use 1389 as a general labor for a job classification needed. After the number has been entered, you can select the location or multiple locations to search for people that may want to work for you. This will bring up all who are available to in whatever search you do. And this brings up another window of a list of availability to fill whatever position. The ones that have access to looking for jobs can click on or select each person on the list, and it will open up like any other person you would click on within the system, where it will have a small circle select if you would like, for you can save whatever individual to another list for your records. Also, this time when the authorized person opens up the basic information up on the person from the search list, will show two extra icons to choose from. One will be an icon to bring up the selected individual's resume. It will show inside the resume skill qualifications filled out by the one in search for the job. As for the jobs worked, will be kept current and updated information on what jobs were worked and dates that were worked from each individual, and will automatically be kept track of as time revolves for each person's record. It will be current and correct on all, but won't show the income from the previous job work to the potential hirer. It will only show a record of employment and time fulfilled in each adventure in life. It may take many pages to explain your resume of liking, so there will be an extension of the resume page to where it will be able to scroll, to where you will be able to scroll up or down on it to view it, and it can grow to handle whatever needs to be addressed for the person's skills and abilities. This will automatically add to the page to show for each person within the system. The second extra icon is to view education, academic, and achievement that are on file of the one who is seeking employment. Once you select the education icon, it will list all the schooling on the individual from the oldest to the current, where it will allow you to scroll up or down to be able to view all the diplomas, certificates of schooling, education, grade school, middle school, high school, trade schools, and certifications of certificates. Colleges and any schooling learning can and will be added as desired, unless that individual does not want to have miscellaneous schooling in their files, which would have to be added or taken out at the Ace of Spades department. All tests for each year of schooling and all progress tests will be permanent in all records. On the top of the education page will give you a choice to open up to other areas. One of academic icon to show different sports and activities that had been committed to. The last one is academic icon for achievements and awards achieved in life. This would also show any title held while in competition, like sports, educational contests, hobbyist awards, and certificates of achievement on each person that applies for employment. If you would like to pull multiple employment listings at once, all you would have to do is place in the window for your job number and connect all the job search numbers in sequence with a dash to separate the job numbers from each. For example, is 1389-2190-603 for whatever you pull up in search for all that the list everyone looking for the job within the qualifications you had entered to be combined in the list just by clicking on the circle that was shaded in when it was selected. But now when you click on it again, it will disappear from the list. And each page listing pulled up will give an option to combine the list to another file or list when you select that option. The authorized people from each establishment in the world will be able to search for jobs in the ACE Services system to see all that is available. They can look through all the candidates looking for employment and can choose who they want to contact through message, email, or they can call them to set up an arrangement to meet. Or they can set up interview time to be contacted by phone or providing information about the employer. There will be a 28-day month calendar allotted for the future for all the people of the world for the days in a month, except for December. We'll have 29 days. And there will be 13 months in a year to equal 365 days a year for when the ACE Services World Order is up and working. Also, every 4 years in December, there will be one extra day added to the yearly calendar to keep the seasons in line. December will have 30 days every 4 years, or considered leap year, and the days of the week will always stay in order, with Monday being the first day of the week, and never skip any days. For Sundays are always to be true for the people to respect this day in holiness. Midnight of the start of the first day of the week, Monday or after Sunday night, will be reset to new hours for each day for it to correct the celestial timing of God's holy system our holy city in heaven, of how it revolves each day. So if it was midnight on Sunday or the beginning of Monday, it will be moved 2 hours back to 10 p.m. Sunday night, or the new time will show midnight Monday morning if you are used to eating at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. for your main meals. Now you may consider eating at 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. of the new standard for time in a day. Realize in the morning, if it gets light at 6 a.m., it will now be 4 a.m. when it will be light out for the new time. There will be an overlay of the previous calendar where the days will be marked accordingly with the new days that fall within the old calendar to see what your special occasion will fall on, like birthdays and anniversaries. Now back to what a registered nurse will be doing in this new world. Figure on assumption and research that a registered nurse figured from working in the United States will make on an average $45,000 a year working with the new standard of 6 hours a day, 5 days a week for 1,500 hours a year, making $30 an hour for starting. Now figure a registered nurse will need a bachelor's degree that will take about 4 years of the individual's life to complete. We will say the individual starts college right after finishing up high school at 18. Their age to commit to working would be 22 after the completion of schooling. When the nurse finds their job at one of the medical facilities around the world, where the job is established at a certain rate of pay in the A-Services database, will automatically pay equally the same throughout the world for each position worked for the government. All jobs will be established for a rate of pay from an average from across the United States, same jobs for rate of pay. After the world order goes into effect, you could search in Germany for the same job within the government if you like. This job will be the same pay from anywhere in the world. There will be a percentage rate of 0.0205959,100 added to the wages of each next revolving year of whatever job position held by the government workers. For instance, I will use numbers that I had already went through and calculated out for 39 years of working in the government of what you would make as a nurse or a doctor as an example to be based off of. There are 24 pages that you can look at that show comps for 39 years of work if you desire to work that long. You will get your second pension at the age of 58. If the person feels like retiring at that time, they may do so with ease, knowing you will get a pension for life. In the new world, you're only required to work 30 hours a week and 6 hours a day. There will not be an incentive for working a second or third or fourth shifts. All shifts and weekend duties will be of regular pay unless you work past 6 hours for any day working or past 30 hours for a 5-day week. The calculations are of 3 different tiers that will get paid out at a glance through the medical fields and what will be granted for all government workers, but is only tiered in the medical field as an incentive. A nurse will make $45,000 a year, 1,500 hours, working 1,500 hours in a tier 3 establishment in this example, where he or she will be making $90,000 a year after 34 years of work. When you started as a registered nurse, it was $30 an hour, and after the 34th year, you'll be making $60 an hour. That is when it caps out of a double for your wages from when you had started. It will work equally the same for all people that are employed through the government. I used for an example of the cost of living for the population size of 150 to 200,000 people for what you would get paid through the government to just survive off of. That would be about $2,600 to live off of per month, and that would equal $33,800 a year to be added to what you would make for the month or year to your income. So if you were single without kids, you would be making $78,800 as a registered nurse for your first year. Let's say for the next example, you're around 40 years of age and you have been working for about 18, 19 years for a tier 1 establishment, and your first pension coming in every month, you have a child that's about 10 years old. You would make $500 a month for your child credit, and the cost of living for your community of $2,600 a month. At 40 years old, you'll be making $133,408 a year. That's $33,800 for cost of living, $6,500 for child credit, and your first pension for life will be $15,168 per year. And for wages, you'll be making $51.96 per hour, or making $77,940 for the year, working $1,500 as a tier 1 in pay. The same for the next example I had just explained, but you will be working for a tier 3 medical facility or a hospital all your life to see what the difference would be. Well, at the age 40, you would be making, if you had worked for 18, 19 years for a tier 3 establishment, is $64,950 or $43.30 an hour. Your first pension, being of a tier 3 all your life, will equal $12,640 a year, or $243.08 a month for life. Child credit will be $6,500 a year, along with having the cost of living of $33,800. Your total income would be $117,890, a difference of $15,518 a year for the same time worked. Just because your facility or establishment didn't get as high of standards as far as receiving complaints are doing wrong on different procedures that are implemented by the people and enforced by the ACE services justifiers. Everyone will have the same starting wage, whatever job listing that ACE service offers. I'll say being in the medical field of a tier 2 bracket will give you 10% more income, and being in a tier 1 bracket will give you an extra 20% more of your wage, as long as your tier 1 or tier 2 will make more money for having higher standards with less complaints. I will show now the difference would be from tier 1 versus tier 3 in comparison of retirement at the age of 62. We'll say both have the same cost of living a year, and there is no child credit, just your two pensions for retirement. The cost of living, so for a tier 1 is $81,228, and for a tier 3 is $73,324, a difference of $7,904 a year less for retirement. The system will keep it fair for all as complaints that come in, and they will be added to whichever establishment affect whatever their tier 1 or tier 2. The tier brackets are divided up evenly of the complaints that come in separately, equally 33% per tier change daily due to complaints that come into the justifier's office. Now, as far as what a general family's practice physician or family doctor will be making at 26 years of age after college for the first year of income. Realize a doctor can only log into an A-service system for wages only if they have clientele to serve or to act on for help for the future. All doctors will set up their appointments in either 15-minute sessions, 30-minute sessions, or 1-hour session appointment slots to deal with the patients. And if they have less than 2 hours a day in appointments, that doctor or facility will only be able to stay available to the public's eye for 7 years if doctors' offices can't maintain 33% clientele on average. What I suggest is there to be 2 6-hour shifts open for each doctor's office to see clientele. That could be 1 or more doctors in the morning to handle the patient's needs and have a second shift to cover appointments in the afternoon. Now the doctors will no longer have to work 12-hour days. If the clientele were it's causing the doctor to work extra 3 hours a day in overtime, I suggest that clinic adds another doctor to the facility to handle the clientele. There should be no doctor working past 10 hours in any given day. If so, the ACE services will contact that office and tell them they need to get another doctor to fulfill the commitment properly for the people to be addressed by a doctor that's not rested accordingly because of putting in long hours of being strung out by too much on the doctor's plate where there could be mistakes made. A starting doctor without kids living in a population of 150 to 200,000 people, we will say that the cost of living would be $2,600 a month or $33,800 a year, and their establishment is a tier 3 facility. The amount would be $183,800 for total income, $33,800 for cost of living, and $150,000 a year starting as a doctor, only working 1,500 hours for the year, making $100 an hour. Now we will see what the first year doctor with no kids at a tier 1 facility receiving $33,800 a year for cost of living will make. The doctor at tier 1 will be making, for 1,500 hours of work with the cost of living figured in, $213,800 for the first year. The wages equal $180,000 alone, which makes an extra $30,000 more than a tier 3, and tier 2 facility will be making an extra $15,000 a year starting as a doctor. And for tier 1 doctor, will be making $120 an hour versus $100 an hour at a tier 3 standing. Now we will look at the 13th year of work at the age of 38. Being a Tier 3 facility, all the years worked receiving your first pension without kids, with getting paid $33,800 a year for cost of living, you would be making $127.71 an hour with an income of work committed for the year of 1,500 hours. This will equal $191,574. And with cost of living, $33,800 to equal $25,374. And your first pension starts, that will make you $30,279 a year for life. This leaves you a total income of $255,653 a year. Now we will say everything is the same except for a Tier 1 facility where your total for the year would be $300,023. That's a difference of $44,370 from being in a Tier 1 facility versus being in a Tier 3 after your 13th year of work. You would make $6,055 more a year for a Tier 1 pension at the age of 38 than being in a Tier 3. I had thought that was quite a difference to be able to receive an extra 20%. But I think it's very serious for the medical attention to receive by medical providers out there in the world to be taken seriously and will be paid greatly for their excellence and commitment in service. Another example would be the age of 58. After 32 years of work, what you would be making after receiving both pensions and the cost of living of $33,800 a year working for a Tier 3 establishment all your life. You will be making $192.01 an hour, 2 years short of making a max pay of $200 or $288.14 a year, 1,500 hours of work, cost of living $33,800 a year, and will equal $321,814. And then when you figure in both pensions, a total of $100,515 a year for life to bring your total income to $422,330 a year. This should be a bare minimum if worked 1,500 hours of work. Now we will say we're in a Tier 1 facility all your life and your cost of living is $33,800 a year or the same. You will be making $500,036 in income a year or more if you choose to work past 57. That's 230.41 an hour working 1,500 hours a year will make you $345,617 in income, with the cost of living will equal $379,417, and with both pensions will equal $120,619, giving you a total of $500,036. Realize, if you were in a Tier 1 facility all your life versus being in a Tier 3 facility, this will be a difference per year for your life that you will be losing $20,104 on your pension. So we know we all want to be part of a Tier 1 establishment, but actions from the people will decide the fate of these medical establishments. You can see the difference in income as well from pension working with the pensions at a Tier 3 versus a Tier 1, showing the difference of $77,706 a year. If you work 7 more years and retired at the age of 65, you would receive $131,745 for retirement from both pensions combined. We will use the same cost of living of $33,800 a year to give you a grand total of $165,545 a year working for a Tier 3 facility all your life, or from working from a Tier 1 facility all your life. Life will grant you $191,894 a year, or $3,040 a week for life. That's to also include in the figure of $33,800 for the cost of living. So you can kind of see that being a Tier 1 makes an extra $26,349 a year after working a lifetime in a Tier 1 facility for retirement. If a Tier 2 will make an extra $13,174 a year for retirement at 65 if you were working as a Tier 2 facility all your life. If you want to figure on what an individual will get if they had kids, well, only one kid can give you credit through the government of $500 a month or $6,500 a year. Let's say a couple has 3 kids, or each partner in the relationship can claim 1 child from the government. And as long as the child is in the care of the one that claims the dependent, they will be able to collect on the child until the child turns 18 years old. If your first child fell off the child credit due to turning 18, it will automatically place your other child on the list because they will be registered in the system. If they are not already receiving child credit to a parent from the government, nothing can be removed from the medical records of the individual from the hub at the doctor's location or any other location. Only the ACE Services, ACE of Hearts Department can add or change a file only if there is discrepancies that are incorrect in the file. Elsewise, everything annotated in your medical record will be permanent as time goes along for each person. Numbers 2501 to 7500 will be any common medical supply list used to treat the people, to where any medical worker will have the access to order up anything on the list to have on hand at a facility. As items on a patient are prescribed or used, where it will be annotated in the records. The ACE Services system will automatically order and replace whatever they list for said patient to restock the facility or to be ordered to the patient's living location. Numbers 7501 to 10,000 are equally divided into 5 different categories of types of surgeries. For instance, numbers 7501 to 8,000 may cover any procedures or surgeries to do with arteries, the heart, and 8,001 to 8,500 may cover anything to do with the activity of the brain or related surgeries. 8,501 to 9,000, these numbers may cover joint replacement surgeries. Dental, vision, and hearing will have different lists in the ACE service system to choose from of items which would be for the people, such as prescription eyewear, contacts, hearing aids, retainers, anything to do with in helping the people. From the last 5 years going back, the time I would take office adjusting it to America's living and work standards for the world to enjoy is how it will be established as a common average to figure out the economy will be adjusted to. No patient will have to pay for surgeries, medical or hospital visits, nor will they have to pay for office calls at the doctor's office. Your records will be stored in the ACE Services database, and all people will have the ability to keep an organized record of practice performed when they can view their records at any time through the phone or computer, and it will be secured only to the individual's access. Once the procedures performed by the doctors are entered into the database of the exam or whatever tests that were ordered up of the individual, will then go to the ASA Heart site district. It will be like a domino effect where your itemized list will order up all new supplies and pay for everything along the way for each list as they are to be used. So if it's allotted, will pay everyone that's involved doing the functions or the tests that are to be selected of an itemized number list provided on the site for the doctor. It then will automatically forward to the Ace of Diamonds office to pay out the doctor or the services on each individual or anything within the medical field at the end of the week or 2 hours after 12 every Sunday morning throughout every year. Because of each itemized number, which is used to correlate the payout for the needs within the medical field for everything to flow accordingly. All medical practices will be paid for by the government. You will no longer need to purchase medical health insurance, but there will be outside sources in the medical field that may perform medical services that the government doesn't cover. Examples are such as breast enlargement surgeries, tummy tucks, sex changes, Botox, anything that is not considered life-threatening like cosmetic surgery. Other examples like nose jobs, cheeks, chin, alters one's appearance will not be covered by the government. You will have to pay for an outside source to perform these types of surgeries, and there may be insurances offered to cover these surgeries and procedures performed by outside doctors. The people will not have to pay for regular care. Walter Davis. I like what I hear. That seems to be really good policy for the people. What about medicine, prescription drugs? How would that work? There will not be outrageous prices for prescription drugs. The government will monitor and will ensure that there will be fair prices for all prescription drugs or medicine to be used in treating such patients. You see, these pharmaceutical companies that make the medicine are going to be regulated by the government in order to function as a pharmaceutical company, not as a company that feels they can charge whatever rate they think they can make money off of, like Pfizer, BioNTech, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna did, like charging an outrageous rate for a vaccine that was less than 33% effective and charged $1,800 per vaccine. Not only did they make a vaccine that wasn't effective, that made 3 more series of the shot and boosters that I consider not effective that was administered to the people. An article I had looked up said that Pfizer, BioNTech, and Moderna are making $65,000 a minute for the vaccine. That's over $34 billion a year, and it's been going on for more than 3 years. The people are still getting COVID-19. I'm sure these companies probably made trillions off of the governments around the world. I believe there are side effects that the public is getting now from receiving the vaccine. Now the people that had received the shots are going through severe symptoms of the shot. You realize plagues and diseases happen every so many years to thin out the population to make us a stronger race here on Earth. You can't make miracle cure overnight without having repercussions. Just like with insulin for diabetics, they are selling that 5 injective insulin pens for $1,100 a month to supply, and charging these outrageous prices for medicine to the insurance companies and the individuals that have diabetes, which probably costs less than $10 to produce. Another medicine is for male erectile dysfunction, where it's Viagra that charges $25 a pill that lasts less than an hour when used. There are other medicines to use like Viagra out there on the market, for instance, Hims, that charge a couple dollars for the pill, which is cheaper. This makes me wonder how pharmaceutical companies are not regulated. In the new world, all pharmaceutical companies will be regulated. All medicines will have to show an improvement or an increasement of bettering the condition at hand from the medicine to show an improvement through the proven results. You hear all the time on some of the medicine out there on the market stating that whichever medicine may inflict bodily harm to you or even death. Now, why should anybody take a medicine that can cause harm, which is not a safe medicine to take? I know of 2 medicines that I was put on that will be removed for the use that it was intended for. One of them is lithium, where it will mess up your nervous system, and it messed up my thyroid in my body after taking it. Another medicine to try and control manic outbreaks is olanzapine, where it did not control the manic episodes that I had, caused me great difficulty and dizziness, and I gained over 40 pounds in less than 30 days being on the drug. Drugs like these are going to be withdrawn from the market of sale and banned for the people's use. There will be a couple ways to prove the worthiness of the medicine. One, there will have to be a panel of 100 random people to test out the drug or any drug, vitamin, or vaccine that will be monitored, that will monitor all body functions of the 100 while taking the medicine. Lab work has to be drawn every 3rd day to monitor the chemical reaction it has on the body, and it shall be administered for 90 days to show the outcome of the 100 patients. They are to be observed by a pharmaceutical company that is offering their new breakthrough. All medicine, vaccine, and vitamins will have to be given the right to sell and market within the government, as each medicine will be observed through the testing to make sure they are safe for the people. Then it will have the availability to be on the market to be used by the people through the government. I'm estimating that there will probably be 50% of the drugs that are on the market be denied their rights to allow them access to be allowed to use for the people, and will be removed for the protection of the people. Anyway, a pharmaceutical company will have to show proven results of each different medicine that they say can improve one's health in order to get paid for said medicine. It has to show at least 10% improvement to one's condition or health that it is administered through. The random 100 participants of the said vitamin, drug, vaccine that would be allowed on the market. There will be a standard questions that the 100 participants will have to take after the 90 days they had been administered the medicine. A services biological medical assessor will verify each medicine to be adequately performed through testing. Also, they will verify the results in testing along with the costs to make the said medicine, for prices can be adjusted and accepted as for fair for each medicine. On the standardized test, where the answers at hand of all that are to be tested for the effects of your body are differences in your health, that is noted to respond to according in good results from all the tests performed. As far as written questions, there will be an area that will give an assessor of A services the capability of evaluating each question on a scale from 1 to 5 to see how effective the response to the medicine is. If the question averages out with a 4-star, it will count for the percentage of goodness across the 100 participants when dividing out to grant 10% or more for the positive turnout of the medicine. Between the lab tests that are done and the close evaluation of each of the 100 shall have any serious problems with the drug or even death, it will not be allowed for the people. When the tests come in and they can prove results in the patient to be above 10% increased condition or of being complete fixed remedy of whatever sickness, disease, or system of problem, they will be able to charge 100% of what the cost of making the medicine, vitamins, or vaccine. If the medicine is a complete fix to the person's condition or daily need to regulate a person's condition or in a pharmaceutical condition, the pharmaceutical company will be able to charge up to 200% of the cost to make whatever medicine. Only medicines that are more than 10% effective or better will be authorized to consumption to the public. But there will be effectiveness on percentages addressed from the testing on each medicine showing how effective it is. So if it was chickenpox shot or a vaccine, it will say 100% effective for the vaccine. If it's a flu shot, it may say 30% effective. The results to testing will show the percentage to be paid for each medicine. For instance, for this example, Viagra, known it is a working drug for the middle-aged male crowd of the world. Viagra will get 100% for a successful drug, and let's say 90% for correcting the problem from a study of 100 people to be awarded. If it was not 100% effective in all testing patients, it will be able to show. If it was not 100% effective in the test patients, it won't be able to show 100% for the medicine or get up to another 100% paid on such medicine. This will be the standard for all basic medicine and vaccines out there in the market. But when you look at the rarity of a disease and cases of illnesses that are not common, if the disease or sickness is less than 5% of the population, the pharmaceutical company will be able to charge up to 500% on top of marketing the vaccine or the medicine to the government for a total of 600%. If it's less than 1% of the population for a disease or sickness, the medicine antidote for the sickness or disease from the pharmaceutical company can charge up to 1,100% to the government for providing the serum or whatever medicine for said sickness. For instance, vitamins will be tested for effectiveness, for they will be able to sell for 100% over the cost to make, but the vitamin isn't curing anything, just to keep healthy, and effectiveness of this vitamin will be based off the increased levels within the blood work to show the percentage of effectiveness. I looked up and see there are over 20,000 pharmaceutical companies in the world currently. After the New World Order goes into effect, there will only be 10,000 facilities that the government will pay to. The 10,000 facilities in the world will get the same replacement cost of their properties as the medical facilities receive, and that's 0.0666666 to the 10th decimal place. This number is used in calculating what will be paid to each facility of their assessed property value that is addressed to each facility. This will happen for all the pharmaceutical companies that the government sponsored separately to get paid out monthly or yearly. The rate of assessed value is meant to replace the costs of the facility every 15 years. These businesses will have to pay for whatever is needed for the lab, like technical equipment. Each year, different biological labs that are not sponsored by the government may take the existing pharmaceutical company from the bottom of the list if they are showing breakthroughs in different medicines or solutions for the people of the government. Also, of animal advancements in medicine and breakthroughs, and will have some facilities to cover chemical engineering for the environment to come up with biofuels and agents to be invented through these labs that the government will sponsor. The list of companies will be listed from the most breakthroughs of authorized medicine, vaccines, vitamins, of the advancement in chemicals through proven results will be authorized for the people in the new system. This way, only legit medicines and advancements will count for each pharmaceutical agency or chemical agency. All medicine of credibility will be paid out accordingly through ACE services. A biologicus or a chemical biologicus will be paid $30 an hour to start, $45,000 a year for 1,500 hours of work, and there will be 20,000 employed by the government only to support these facilities or biolabs around the world. All other staffing of these facilities and maintenances, remodeling, or updates to the facilities will be provided by the sponsored chemical company. The new testing will consist of 100 people test results of whatever is to be considered as worthy as a medicine administered to the people. The ages for testing most drugs and different chemicals to be used for the people will be from 25 to 65 years of age, and for children and infants will also be another category. If the biochemical company develops a new product on the market, they will hold the rights in the patent office within the United States, owning the rights to the new product or invention for 20 years before any outside parties can open up to the market. This will include whatever medicine newly developed, produced, or function. In the ACE service system, for doctors to look up the selection of medicines to be able to select from a given set list to use whatever drug in the world through the system for the patients. So as the doctors write in the condition into the computer, it will show a list of medicines in the computer of ACE services to be used by all doctors. This will list all the medicines for that condition. It is recommended to use the first medicine from the list due to the fact it is the best review results in testing. So if there's 10 medicines from a list we'll use for an example to get rid of a headache, all 10 will work, but the one on top of the list will be selected most likely. It can also be of preference to what the patient would like. If there isn't much difference in the quality of medicine, the cheaper medicine will be placed higher on the list that is suggested for the remedy. Understand, you will not see the charged amount for each medicine, vaccine, or vitamins. Only in the ACE Services office will show data of this sort to be used to pay the appropriate agencies. Everything will be paid for just as the medical is annotated in the records of said patient. Understand that pharmaceutical company can reproduce any product that has expired its 20-year granted probationary period for creating something new, and all will have the ability to abide to make up to 200% on the cost of making a basic medicine on the market. But understand, the cheaper medicine in the system of the same percentage of effectiveness will be used most likely unless they have a worthy name for the medicine that the doctor or patient knows as considered to be worthy. Over-the-counter drugs such as cough medicine, flu, aspirin, things of this nature will be accessible through the stores for the people to buy, and the government may or may not pay for these items for you. You see, everyone will have the ability to go to the doctor's facility or medical facility that handles appointments where they can authorize $200 credit to you every 6 months to purchase over-the-counter medicine supplies and medicine, which comes from the government to go into your account only for the use of purchase of medical supplies, over-the-counter medicine of your liking that will be given to all people from your files. You will only get 200 of the credit at a time every 6 months. You must be 18 years of age to receive this benefit, and all over-the-counter medicine supplies and medicines will automatically known while trying to purchase whatever medical supplies in the stores of the world or the market, or of the market if it is authorized by the government for purchase of said credit given. Walter Davis. That's good. That's all good. I like to hear that. What about the elderly who have got to go to care facilities? What would be the plan on this? Well, care facilities will be monitored and paid for just as the medical facilities and hospitals will figure out. The nursing facility will get paid 0.0666 to the 10th decimal place to the assessed property that will be paid out monthly or yearly. If the patient is to be in a care facility, they will no longer receive cost of living allowance, but the government would allow them a small supplement of money to ensure that they have items such as clothes. There may be extra money allotted for entertainment granted to care facilities for special functions and activities. There will be a secondary ACE service office. Caregivers in each community or acting caregivers that are in each community will have to adopt to the ACE service policies and procedures. They would have to abide by and perform the needs for the community. This will also come from the Ace of Hearts office for assistance of patients that need such care. It will be paid out by the Ace of Diamonds office of each district, said facility, and all people involved in their duties of care facility raised and decided by the government standards. So for an example, there should be one worker or caregiver per every 4 patients in a facility to assure the people are properly being taken care of. Also, there should be one coordinator to assure everything is being performed accordingly at each facility, as well as the cleaning and laundry service personnel will be offered at each facility location paid out by the government. If a person chooses to live in their home, they may do so, but their cost of living allowance will be garnished due to what the necessity of care that is to be taken care of for them. It'll be broken down to a set amount per hour that the caregiver spends at the disabled or elderly person's residence. Also, it will only cost the one being cared for 50% of the set hourly wage. Also, the elderly may continue to live in their home and be taken care of by caregivers and receive their cost of living allowance from ACE services unless that amount of care depletes what you are able to afford. The caregiver will be able to assist in cleaning or taking care of the house, making meals, do laundry. Verified medicine is taken out accordingly and figured out. Help the patient pay the bills with the patient's money. If the elderly or disabled person needs modifications to their home in order to care for them, the Ace of Hearts department would send a representative out to their location to assess what is needed and then apply the applications that are needed and then be paid for by the government. Different applications for disabled or accessories may be granted on special request. Walter Davis, your new world policy is looking better and better there. Scott, let me ask you about dental. What would you do for this? All dental that are required or recommended by the dentist will be accepted and allowed. Braces, dentures, implants included. It will use the same concept for requests to the ACE services branches and payment to be allotted dentists for the work performed. The same concept also applies in figuring out the cost to perform each procedure across the world. For then, it will be paid as an average to the dentist for the service rendered. Walter Davis. That's good. Some dentists may not like the prices they get paid for their work, though. I suppose they will have to seek another profession then. It'll be fair paid to the dentist for their services. Walter Davis, what about vision and hearing? What are we to expect? Vision will be offered to all people, include if you want to get laser eye surgery and standard frames offered through the eye clinic of any desired lenses. Contacts, if a person chooses to have, will be paid for as needed. As far as hearing, you will have specialists or doctors in the field of hearing to be able to address your hearing needs. And if you need hearing aids, you will be able to get one set every year or the discretion of the doctor. Just like with stuttering, if there is an aid to help with the medical condition, the government will offer it. Walter Davis, what about handicap? Some handicapped people need special limbs and special accessories to get around. What would you do about this? Each person of special needs or artificial limbs and certain accessories will be approved according to what the ACE Service Office feels is needed. Walter Davis, what was this I heard about free fuel? Yes. Let me tell you a little bit about it. Anyone in the world will be able to pull up to any public gas station and fill up their car with free fuel. You see, the basic gas with like 87% octane will be free. And if it's 89% octane, it will cost like 30 cents per gallon. At 91 octane, it'll be like 60 cents per gallon. And 93 octane will sell under the $1 per gallon, sell under $1 per gallon. Electric cars will also be free to charge if the car battery from any outlet that offers the plug-ins to the public. You see, all public gas stations or establishments offer gas and electric charging stations around the world will get paid 5% of their automotive property assessed value per year. So if a gas station was valued at $400,000, the owner would receive $20,000 a year, plus 10 cents per gallon of all the gas that is offered. Plus, the charging station will make 10% profit from the electric cars. If you had went through 4,000 gallons a day, in 28 days, this would equal 11,800 profit at 10 cents per gallon. Now, when you pull up to a gas station in the future, it may be like a superstore offering everything to do with automotive. Whether it's a car wash, service station, or auto store, these future gas stations can offer window tinting, custom wheels. It also offer detailing service, cleaning out your car whenever or whatever the establishment wants to have or create, where it will pay for the establishment in 20 years by the government because of providing service to the people. You see, there will be a program to connect to each gas and electric facility that will show the number of gallons pumped or electric used. This will automatically relay the amount used to the service office each month of what will get paid out. The different prices of the gas will be paid from that gas station to their supplier. The gas prices will have to be paid out from the government with fair prices for all oil suppliers around the world. It will be adjusted to what it costs to make ethanol or other biofuels as a common, where I would like to only use 10 to 15% of natural resources at any given time and have substitutions in order to make the natural oil last longer. The oil fields of the government around the world will be used as needed for the people. The competitors wish not to sell at a cheaper price. They will just sit on their oil. Walter Davis. Interesting. Basically free gas, and there may be super gas stations. I also heard of something about in each community in the world is going to have a recreation center for the people. That's correct. Every community that has a city council will be able to have the community come together to decide what they would like for entertainment as an establishment for the people. It will be up to $1 million to design and build the recreation center for the people of a 500 populated community. For a community of 1,500, it will be $2 million to spend on a facility. For a population of 3,500, will receive up to $3 million to create a rec center. For a community size of 10,000 population, it will be entitled to receive $4 million to build whatever community wants for a rec center. 50,000 populated community will get $5 million to build a rec center. 150 populated community will get $6 million to build a rec center. 250 populated city will get $7 million to purchase the land, design, and completion of the establishment. 500,000 populated community will get $8 million. If a city has 7 million people in that city, it will be authorized to have 7 different rec centers amongst the city. Each one will have up to $10 million to purchase the land, construct the rec center. Special requests from different populated areas may be authorized to build an extra rec center. These centers can consist of having pizza place, sub shop, or grill for inside the rec center. far as designing the entertainment or what you could possibly put in your rec center is an arcade, climbing wall, racquetball courts, basketball courts, swimming area, hot tubs, jacuzzis, saunas, weight rooms, tennis courts, pickleball courts, bingo hall, bowling alley, maybe a pool hall with a bar in the rec center. Whatever the community decides for the rec center to look like and of its function, it will make for the community that will make it different from the next community. One person will be in charge or put on the payroll to organize everything that has to do with the rec center. This will include putting in requests for positions to the city board to open it up to the public in order to fill the position to be able to upkeep and run these rec centers. So if there was a local pizzeria in the community, the city board can leave it up to the public to have the pizzeria operate in the rec center if the pizzeria wants. The expense to make the pizzeria restaurant could come out of the cost of the building of the center. Each establishment inside the rec center will have to be able to offer fairly cheap pricing on food and drinks. The food establishment inside the rec center will be able to keep all their earnings. Walter Davis. Well, Scott, it's been a real pleasure speaking with you today. The people will have a luxurious life, but unfortunately, we're out of time on this episode. I can't believe it has been 3 hours already. I thank you for coming. I'm Walter Davis, 2020 exclusive. Until next time, have a good day and think about what the New World Order from Scott Chally could be like if it's implemented. It's about a week before the election, and Scott had an interview with Nightline on Target. Patricia Klein did the interview with Scott over some of the world policy expectations and possibly becoming the president. Patricia Klein. Hello, my name is Patricia Klein, and I'll be interviewing Scott Chally tonight on Nightline on Target. Many people believe that Scott Chally is the Messiah that is spoken about from the Bible to bring forth the world a new world policy. Scott, I'm glad you can make it here tonight and have this interview with me. Sure, no problem. It's an honor to be here. Patricia Klein. First off, I would like you to do a quick summary of what you expect the world order while in operation, if and or when it's applied. I see the world to have peace and salvation in the future, where the people will all be taken care of financially, medically, through the education, and be treated fairly in the workplace and have rights as citizens to speak up for something that they don't agree with by suggestion boxes placed in every post office. The collection boxes are to stand by the right of the citizens when complaints are filed. All complaints will be carried out, whether for the good or for the bad of the people, from the justifiers of the ACE Service Leadership Office in each county. Patricia Klein, how would you know which situations are considered fair? Whether it's good or bad for one's party or the opposing party when it's handled by the Leadership Office of ACE Services? Well, all disputes that come in will have to be handled through a 5-person justifiers investigation judge team from the Leadership Office of ACE Services. But more serious cases will have to be presented in front of a judge in a court with a 15-jury selection panel to decipher the outcome of the crime or situation, which it could grant discipline punishment to one's party. Whether it is to take a point away from the manager of a leadership position or a dog keeping up a neighbor awake at night, this is to uphold the wrongful complaint against the opposing party, which could be justified as a fine. The party that had the actions against them may appeal to a court, but more serious penalties could be served if found at fault. If the party is found guilty in court, they could serve time in jail and a fine or both. When the Justifiers investigation team looks into a situation, they'll be thorough. All actions carried out will have a second check to verify suitable fair punishment was addressed. There will be a second Justifiers team to come up with a solution for each case. The lesser of the two 5-person Justifiers team will be given a choice of the one at fault to choose the lesser of the two evils and will be final. Patricia Klein, explain to me a little bit about the college education benefits that you would have available for the citizens. Well, it'll mostly be entitled to graduating high school students for the future graduations to excel into the workforce place. All graduating high school students that attain a scale or an equivalent of a 2.0 grade point average or better out of a 4.0 grade point average or a 3 out of 6 point scale, depending on where you're at in the world, or attains half the grade scale requirement, they are entitled to get $25,000 per year to go to college or to go to a secondary school. Adults that have been out of school for more than 5 years or don't have the grade scale from school are also students that have a grade that was under the guideline may seek tutoring in order to raise the equivalency by taking a test to qualify for the money to go to college that will be free of expenses to all. Each person that applies for the education money may seek education up to 8 years, being paid by the government as long as they pass the college classes to maintain a suitable grade to stay in college. Patricia Klein, will there be any changes to the school system across the world, or what could you tell me about this? First off, all schools around the world will have to incorporate English language into their teachings of all students as a primary language. I figured it to take about 5 to 10 years before we can switch all the schooling as the same standard the world for the grades to achieve. I'm making all the teachers of the world as if they were reviewers of a book ranking from 1 to 5 star. There will be a set categories for each teacher by what grade and what areas are being taught to the students. For instance, all kindergarten teachers will be of one category, and let's say high school teachers of biology will be of another category, and a special education teacher will be of another category. Whatever category they fall into will be what they will get paid for as a standard salary teaching job in the ACE service system, and will be the same across the entire world. There is an incentive that I will explain. You see, the last week of school each year in May is where all the children of the world will have to take a test over what was taught to them over the course of the year. All tests will be set standard for the children to the appropriate grade level, where the average should be maintained at 70% achieved in passing each grade in a standard to try to achieve. With all the kids being tested, this will show how the teacher had performed in teaching the information provided to the children, or on how the children have achieved from their teacher. If a teacher does well in their teaching, they will get compensated for it by making more money. Let's say the average teacher makes $45,000 a year teaching. Well, it will be the starting wage if your kids test out below 60% on average. If the classes you taught test out above 60 to 70%, you would get 10% pay hike to your check. If the students average between 70 and 80, you would get 20% pay hike for the year till the next testing period comes around. From 80 to 90% of the children averaged out on the year-ending test will be 30% pay hike. From 90 to 100%, it will be 40% hike pay. From 100 to 110%, the children testing out in this percentage will allow the teacher to receive 50% pay hike to their wage for the year. There will be many extra questions on the test each year of testing to see how advanced the individual is with the calculating out to 110%. If all questions are achieved correct, the placement on how the children do on their testing will compensate the teacher for how well they had taught. Realize 34 years of pay that you were making, it will have doubled because of the yearly revolving rate of 0.02 to be added for each year of commitment or service. So if a teacher was on their 35th year, they would be making double from what they had started. And plus, if they were an exceptional teacher, they may qualify for the 5-star teacher, making an extra 50% or half their wages to be increased as well. That's not counting for the 2 pensions and the cost of living allowance that they would be receiving. Now, as far as setting up the standards for the world education system, this will be of my hometown, Monticello, Iowa, where me and most of my kids had gone to school. They will establish fair education standards for all the grades to include kindergarten and special education. They will organize what needs to be taught at what grade in school, along with testing and educational material that will be needed, which will be the new standard across the world. Private schooling will not be paid for by the government, and all private schools must teach the same material as a standard. Extra teaching or learning may be possible from private schools. The supplies needed for the schools will be at easy access to all the teachers who need to order up supplies, and will have itemized numbers shown in the A-Services system to order from. There will be 190 school days, or 950 hours in a school year, and each day for the child will not be longer than 5 hours and 20 minutes. For instance, if school started at 6 a.m. in the new time set for the world, where the class or classes will be broken down into 1 hour and 5 minutes between each class. The kids would be done with 5 hours of school at 11:20 a.m. and the teachers would have to show up before the kids and leave after the kids have gone home. There will not be lunches at school anymore, and any extracurricular activities will be up to each school to schedule. For all coaching and academic sports activity, there will be a set rate of $30 an hour for a minimum of 2 hours per training or activity. This includes also for referee games, judging contests, chaperones, dances, etc. All teachers will be in the system and receive the pay so they can log in anytime for any activity to participate in. All activities will show for what different teachers are to support and participate in coaching, or the different activities shown in the school site. This will be layered on top of the A-Service site to intermix to show what's being addressed within the schools. Any sports equipment or other money needed for other activities or items of need would have to be authorized by a service office. When special funds are needed for updating a school facility or equipment needed, they will be two people, county or district, of two per every 100,000 people in the county. They will be handling the special request for government funding to the government-owned establishments across the world in each county or district. This person will decide if the establishment will get the money for whatever it is needed to decide it by government guidelines. These people will authorize it to be given or granted. The transportation of the children to and from school will be paid through the government like it is now to be able to transport kids. The schools can keep a slush fund from the proceeds from games and activities they offer to the public to use as they wish for the children of the school. You see, I want to recognize excellent teachers of the world. So in July of each year, there will be an award ceremony for all the outstanding teachers of the world. The performance test taken at the end of the year from the kids will show where the teacher sits within the ranking system of all the schools across the world. The top 25 teachers from each category will be recognized around the world. There will be from kindergarten to 12th grade of all the areas of teaching. Realize that there are multiple courses offered through high school, which will be decided by the Monticello School District of required courses to be taught to the children. Teachers to qualify for the 5-star payment system by the government must teach in 3 classes per day as a regular full-time teacher. All other teachers will be paid as part-time of the basic rate of pay and rate of yearly percentage for that said teacher for the commitment in teaching. Part-time teachers will not participate in the list of teachers within the world and will not be evaluated. There should be roughly 52 categories to cover the education taught. This will consist of 1,300 of the best teachers in the world to get recognized for outstanding teaching ability. All the teachers that make up the top 25 of each category will get $10,000 within 1 week of all testing has been completed and sorted to show a list of the best. There will be assigned advertisers from the ACE Services office looking out for the schooling system to ensure all is handled accordingly and fairly when the end of the year testing and administration is sorted out for the results. The winner of each of the 52 categories will receive $100,000 for outstanding teaching. All 25 teachers in each of the 52 categories will get an award, achievement certificate, a trophy for their accomplishment. No child should get turned away from any school due to their education level, nor should be subject from testing when evaluated. All will be open to free rights as equals. How would the cost of living be paid out? The average cost that it would take to live per district or county would be entitled to each person to live off of. For a small community, it may be $21,658 a year or $1,666 a month for the entitlement for each person on Earth. If it's a population of 150 to 200,000 people, it may be $2,600 a month or $33,800 a year, and that will get paid in the county, and in that county of whatever city it may fall within the limits. You would have to consider the cost of utilities, housing, new autos, insurance, food. What's listed will be regulated so they won't fluctuate more than 10% a year. So two individuals would make $43,316 a year plus whatever they make working and living in a small community of a 3,500 population. There will be one other service provided to all people of the world, and that is to give $200 for travel expenses each month, or up to $2,600 for the year, to include plane travel, bus, train, taxi, ride sharing, or anything to do with traveling will be accepted for this credit granted. This will automatically be added to an account of a generic government credit card file on each individual for each revolving month, and it will only be used on traveling. Patricia Klein. So what about taxes? There will be no actual federal, state, or local taxes, but there will be a property assessment dues of 1.3% across the world to be paid every year, for the land does not get locked by individual or people for unjust of profit. All wages made are non-taxed, and there will not be a local tax put on commodities. If you receive an inheritance of $10,001 and more, that amount of money will have a 33% tax applied to it, payable at the end of the following revolving year. If it is not paid for by the end of the following year, a 5% tax increase will be due on said inheritance to equal 38% for the second year, and so on until the sixth year. If the sixth year comes and the money of the inheritance was not paid, which would be a total of 58% of the inheritance at said time, that individual's property will be liquidated, and mandatory 1 year in prison would have to be served. Remember, $10,000 and less is non-taxable. Certain charities will be excused from taxes of inheritance money. All alcohol, tobacco, nicotine, THC, CBD, marijuana, cocaine products will have a 33% tax figured in at the sale price of the item to be sold. Patricia Klein. How would law and order be handled in this new world order? Every community of 500 or more people will be able to operate a town or city council to be able to govern the people's wants and desires throughout each community, supported through the ACE Services Office across the world. These councils will assure that all storm drains, waterways, street repairs, water or sewage is adequately provided to the people, along with anything that the community desires can be addressed. The town or city board will vote for different projects to occur, but can't have more than 5 ongoing projects that consist of $1 million or more in cost at one time. A council will consist of 6 board members and a mayor to hold all the seats to the council. It only takes 2 members from the board to motion for an approval of an agenda for it to be acted on. These members will get paid salary and are to look into the communities in needing and wanting to achieve for greatness and needs of the people. Town or city meetings will happen twice or every 2 weeks in the evening and will be televised to all who would like to view the public meeting from the ACE Service local site. You see, the public can already see televised videos from town hall meetings, and now it will automatically be linked to the town or city site that you're affiliated with. The hours will be listed on the town or city sites for each council meeting. It will show what's on the agenda for each meeting, along with other events in the community highlights page. The agenda for the council meeting on the site will have to be set up for the public to see not less than 24 hours before the meeting. The age to hold the position of a board member is from 28 to 78 years of age, and it will be for 7 years at a time for each election. The wage for the board members to hold a seat on the council will vary depending on the population size of the community. Town or city, for instance, a 500 population town or board members may get paid $15,000 a year, and a community of 3,500 may get paid $35,000 a year, and a city of 150,000 may make $65,000, and a city board member of 1 million population or more may be making $125,000 a year. This will all be sorted out before the new world order comes into effect. There will be an annual revolving increased rate that will be added to all government workers on their payroll for every year of service to be figured of, and that is 0.025959,100. If a member resigns from the board position or death, a new member can be voted in the period that is remaining till the next election. Elections will be digital through your phone or personal computer, where it will show what of each election for voting and laws to vote on as they come forth in society. A lot of cities have a website to go to, but this will list all the sites for the community, and there will be a community page when you look on the menu within the A-Service site of each community. There will be a listing of attractions, parks, restaurants, and activities that the community would like to share with the public. This site will have to be set up by and regulated by the city to offer to the public. Just like on how the town, cities, councils, and state workers function now to the government with job positions, it will be in the same system of services of all the different city, county, and state workers of jobs for pay. All other jobs for each community of the government, besides the fluctuation of board members, will be paid out as a set standard of pay for each job position across the world, no matter how big the community you live in. All city workers will be on a salary where they will make a set amount for up to 8-hour day of work. The jurisdiction of a town or city will only be for their limits of the city to handle. County will take care of all the rural areas and small communities that are less than 500 population within the country. County. The board members for the county and the way that they proceed with their hearings will be the same as it is for a town or city, but instead you'll call them Board of Supervisors for the county with a chief supervisor in charge. Patricia Klein, you have talked about how towns, cities, counties function, but what about laws for the people? Everything I state in the world order will stand as law. As new laws come into play, old laws will be removed from the books, starting with town, city, county, state, federal, country, and world. The A-Service office will address the requests received in each suggestion box from any post office. The people will put in the request to change a law or consider for new law amendment by the people through the world of each community. The A-Service justifier's duties will be to take the action and communicate with the individual that submitted the new law of change. This way they will make sure that they had addressed it correct. They will gather all the details to be added to which would be needed to address a complete amendment or law change, or a law can be stricken from the books. One law I will take off the books, which holds a 5-year prison sentence, is gathering. This is a ridiculous charge that the authorities use against a person when they really don't have no real charges on that individual. Laws like this should be done away with by the people speaking up. After the justifier sets the proper format to show the new law amendment, it will be opened up for a viewing public to see on the A-Service site under suggested proposed laws. This will take up to 6 days before it shows on the A-Service site. Any person can suggest anything for law that will fall within the local, county, state, federal, or country and world. The authorization of each category of what laws will be authorized per sector. This will be decided by a poll of law assessment team on which would be considered fair for the people addressing the different levels of the economy to be able to configure a basic outline for each addressing law group. Once the suggested proposed law is in the system, all the people within the jurisdiction of the government will be able to see their file of A-Service's suggested proposed laws tab. If you open that tab, it will show you a listing of city, county, state, country, and world. When you select into one of them locations, it will show all the proposed laws in a long listing on a page that you can look at by scrolling up or down, where you would have to decide if you want to vote for any suggested bill or order listed. These suggested proposed laws will only stay active for 1 year on the government site. Then it will fall off the list and stay on record to another list showing each year that has passed. This will work the same for town, city, county, state, country, and world, even if it's close to the next level of voting. Only if you choose to accept to the suggested order, where you can select and accept the icon on the screen. Of all the people that had clicked on the acceptance icon for whatever law is suggested will show for the count of people who have agreed with the suggested proposed law. It will also show the number of people living in that jurisdiction as a total. When you have 1% of the people to select yes for whatever suggested proposed law from whatever jurisdiction it's from, it will be capped at 1 million people for state, country, and for world order, it will be capped at 7 million yes votes. It will then be added to suggested voting for within the site to vote on only yes. This will be listed to all the people of whatever election jurisdiction within the world for the second step of achieving 10% of the votes in 30 days. The new law and order may be accepted after a few days of being listed if it reaches 10% of the vote and will move on to the next step of voting. This page on the site will have a clock running down to show the amount of time in days, hours, minutes, and seconds in order to place your vote. When the clock runs down to 0, then all voting would be official to where there will not be any more votes added or canceled. The first voting takes place after a suggested proposal for law was added to the system of open voting. For the order to proceed forward, it will have to maintain 1% of the voting population of yes vote. The second poll will have a timer and will only allow 10% of the population to select yes, accept to suggested law. It will show a count for votes versus the actual amount of people that can vote in the system of whatever said jurisdiction on each voting platforms. The third step will be after 10% of the vote of the population of said jurisdiction to start the final round for this proposed law to come forward for the people to vote on. For the world, let's say there is 7 billion people on the planet. If 10% of the people capable of voting are 18 years of age, whichever voting jurisdiction is being voted on, any proposed order within the system will stand. Then we'll go to the next step to be voted on as legal order or amendment of law. This will allow all the people of the world to have the right to participate in our justice system. For the world, there will be about 500 million votes to trigger this election from the people to have the World Council to act on the new bill or proposed law. Once 10% of the total votes has been achieved, the Ace Services, Ace of Spades Department will have to enact the law or bill the second time for official ruling to be decided on by yes or no vote of a 30-day time period. This will be for the official final action of what the people will decide on for the next 30 days in a time-monitored election of said bill or law. Everyone within the election or voting jurisdiction will be able to cast their vote for whatever proposed law or bills that are up for voting by saying yes or no. For the World Council, only after the second voting step of 10% votes were achieved, the United Nations Committee will correlate in a meeting to and discuss importance it would be for the people. Discuss the importance it would be for the people. For 30 days after the meeting, they would continue to research the necessity and the importance of the proposed order for the people. 30 days from the first council meeting will be the second hearing to look at and hear the results from different cabinet members and possibly outside agencies to have looked into the proposed order by the council. When they meet the second time for the proposed laws, it will then be voted on by the 150 world members from each of the acting countries as the World Conference to accept or deny the order. If they denied the law or order, it will be placed in a file for the people to look at on an Ace Service site, but will no longer hold any weight for law and order. It will be considered thrown out. If the majority of the 150 World Council members decide for the amendment or the new order, it will go on to the next step or the final step. If the vote on the World Council was a tie, 75-75, that is when the 151st member or the leader of the World Council will place his or her vote to break the tie decision. This 151st leader of the World Council will have to make all tie decisions on laws and orders within the world from city, county, state, country, and world. This person is to hold the top seat in the World Council or government and will come from the Chally royal family tree. This person will have a special folder for all the orders that end up with a tie, for he or she can vote on them to accept or not to accept. Now, this order had made it to this far to where the World Council had voted yes for it. Now it has to be placed before the world to have a timed 30-day voting period. This is to allow the people to vote on whatever said bill, amendment, order, or law as a world policy. Just because it had made it this far, it will have to be a majority of the world's favored on whatever is decided on, in order for it to be addressed as a new law or new order given to the vote timer has to run out of the last 30-day time period. I will leave the option to change your vote at any time during the countdown of the proposed law till the time has expired. This way, if the public finds something disturbing from said suggested proposed law within the 30 days, they can change their opinion. All new amendments of laws and orders will be effective immediately after taking the majority of the votes on any election of voting of the people. Candidates for each country can be listed for election within the system for the people to see and vote on. This will happen once a year from filling out positions of elections from the people. Patricia Klein. Wow. Scott, you had covered quite a bit there. Let me ask you this about the election. Where are you going to be the night of the election? I plan on being home watching the election on TV. Patricia Klein. You don't plan on being in a public place to speak if you get elected? I'm sure the media will find me. But would you give a speech to greet the nation, right? I would, sure. I'd be proud to. Well, Scott, thanks for the discussion we had here today and answering my questions. No problem. Thank you, Patricia. Well, that concludes all we have for this episode of Nightline on Target. Until next time, this is Patricia Klein. See you later and have a great night. News Reporter 1. So what do you have to say now, Mr. Chally, the President of the United States? Well, first off, I'd like to thank everyone who has voted for me to make this election happen. And foremost, I would like to thank God. I plan on standing behind what I implement in my movie to bring New World Order to the world. Someday soon, we will all have peace here on earth. When I first get in office, I'll do everything within my power to get the policy established for the world as soon as possible, before we can get it spread to the other 195 countries to get them on the same sheet of music as us. Also, I would like to thank my family and all who have helped me to this point in life to where I can be your president. News Reporter 3. You state 195 countries now, but earlier in one of your broadcasts, didn't you say something like you wanted to reduce the number of countries down to 150 countries for the world and have one member of the royal family to decide the tie vote within the world to stand in on the United Nations Council when they are voting on any situation for the world? Yes, that is correct. Someday soon, we'll be reducing the 195 countries to 150 countries. And there will be a UN Senate for all the countries in Monticello, Iowa, to meet up monthly to make decisions for the world that's been presented forward of new laws or possible problems that may exist. It will be set up as a video council across the world to carry out decisions that are addressed on a weekly and possibly a daily basis from one meeting to another, unless there is an alert set forth for immediate meeting. There will be representatives from each country to hold these positions. News Reporter 4. Are you excited to take on the world? This is going to be a long and hard job ahead of me. I assure you that. But yes, I'm excited to take it on. I want to see everyone in the world to have peace and salvation. Can you tell us how people employed working hours be for the people of the United States and the world? It will be set up as a 5 or 6 hour workday, 30-hour work week, full time. Anytime over 6 hours or up to 8 hours will be paid time, and a quarter and a half an hour. From 8 hours to 10 hours in a workday will be paid as time and a half. Anything over 10 hours will be considered double time. An exception will be contracts or businesses to employ people for tasks for jobs that they perform. All salary workers will be based off of a 30 to 40 hour work week, not to exceed 40 hours, because it's based off of 8-hour days for 5 days a week committed. Salary workers will only have to log in during their shift scheduled within the system that is set up by the employer and can log out as soon as they log in to show for the workday, whether it's 1 minute for 5 logins for the week of work, where you will be paid for the set standard of 40 hours because you're on salary. If salary worker works past the hours of scheduling for the salary worker, when logged back in, they will get paid overtime for whatever time work past their allotted 8 hours from the schedule of the employer. And it's up to the employer to instate their employees if they want their workers to do overtime. Not a services. Any work performed by employees will come out of the employer's account with no exceptions to reinstate the money that was paid out from the employer to the employee's work time performed. There will be no such thing as mandatory overtime anymore. If people are sick, they must get a doctor's note in order to be excused from employment. That's if the employer doesn't allow any personal days off work each year. No one will be fired for such situation or cases if they get a doctor's excuse. It will not affect their employment record. There will be no rates for standards that the employee has to perform in any job. I suggest profit sharing for the employees from businesses to ensure a steady flow of work for the businesses. Reporter 2. How will your royal family and other royal families around the world be taken care of as far as money in the future? It will be instated when the people of the world answer yes or no to what percentage they would like to donate to support the Chally Royal Family Fund or any royalty out there in the world. The Chally Royal Family Fund will be opened up to all the people of the world to choose to donate a small percentage from their cost of living allowance given monthly, where other royalties will have only the jurisdiction of the people that fall under their rule within the kingdom. It could consist of multiple territories under their jurisdiction of rule. Realize the most anyone would be able to donate per month would be under $1, and that would be due to having to live in a region on earth that has the controlling of royalty. There will be an option to donate to whatever countries that have royalty in them, with the same set standard for the people to donate equally depending on where they're at in the world. It will be withdrawn or deducted from your account the amount to receive of whatever counties or districts cost of living is set at. There will be a list of questions that will have to be answered, along with the different important information that will be needed from each individual when signed up from the New World Policy. When you sign up, there will be 3 options to choose from. The first option will be, I would not like to contribute to the Royal Family Fund. And the second option would be, I would like to donate 10,000% to the Royal Family Fund from my cost of living allowance each month. That would be 10,000% or equal to 0.015 or 0.045 cents deducted from everyone's pay monthly cost of living allowance that selected this option. And a third option will be, I choose to donate 1,000% of my cost of living allowance to the Royal Family Fund. This would equal to 15 to 45 cents per month per person on average. This will be the same selection for all people who fall into a royal category, where I suggest that the people should choose to support their ancestry of royalty across the world. How the Chally royal family tree will be set up. There will be three main branches for money to come in, and will be divided accordingly. The first branch will absorb 60% of the total made each month of the Chally Royal Family Fund. The second branch will absorb 30%, and the third branch will absorb 10%, to equal 100% total money granted or given from the people of the world. The system will allow it to divide evenly with the members of the royal family tree equally through each tier for all members, and stated by me, Scott Chally, of who I will accept in the royal family tree while I'm alive. The first branch will have 400 concubines that I choose to bear my future family, where all 400 women will be in a palace together, where they'll receive 60% of the total Chally Royal Family Fund amongst them until each woman bears a child. I figured each woman that dedicates their life to me and raises our children that we bear together will get on an average between 3.5 to 35 million a year. Realize this branch, along with all three branches, will have 4 different tiers in them. This is for when the future generations are born. If all 4 tiers have family within them, the 400 women, the first tier will receive 30% of the money donated from the world. Then the second tier would receive 50% of their mother's percentage from the 400, divided evenly of the 60%. Of the 400 women, they would each have 0.25% to inherit part of the 60% allotted total of the Chally Royal Family Fund for each branch. The second tier down would receive or fall 30% that is allotted for tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 until they have children or a child. Then it would be 18%, and then the third tier down would receive 40% and of 30% from the parent of tier 2, which then tier 3 will be 12% until he or she has a bloodline child. Then he or she would get 8%. And the fourth tier, or the last one, would receive 33.333% of the parent's share, or 4% amongst everyone or all children in that bracket, to be evenly divided out. Or a better way of putting it, when the concubines have children from me, then they would only get 30% of the gifted money divided from the 60% between the 400 women from that leg branch. So since the newborn child will actually be making 30% of the one of the 400 women, since the child have not birthed any children. Until they do, they will receive or get 30% from the mother's share of the Chally Royal Family Fund, and after they have a child, this will reduce their share to 18%, and the new child will be getting 12% from their mother or father in the direct bloodline. When the fourth generation comes, it will receive 4% from the bloodline parent of 12%, leaving that tier to the parent to be at 8%. The percentage per branch must equal out to 100%. Bracket will be received the full 60% of the Chally Royal Family Fund amongst the 400 women until they bear children from me. The second main branch of the Chally royal family tree will be receiving a total of 30% to me and my 7 children and their kids and kids they shall have in generations to come from the people of the world. I will be receiving 15% for being the first tier for the world's total donation to the Chally Royal Family Fund. And the 7 children will be receiving 15% to share to start with, divided up evenly amongst the 7 of them, or 50% from the Father's total of 30% that is used for the Messiah's branch line. My children will be reduced to 8%, or 46.44 or 46.666% will come from the parent of the second tier when they have a child or children, and their newborn will be getting 7% due to the fact that he or she hasn't had a child yet. The last bracket will receive 42.857 from the third tier bloodline parent to equal 3% total from the siblings in tier 4 of this leg of the tree. The first tier of all 3 branches will be the standard for the set amounts coming in from the Chally Royal Family Fund, unless that leg doesn't have any children or family when he or she passes away. Their leg will be absorbed into all the other legs of the first tier branch. Each person in the first tier will be receiving a max total for the leg to be divided out between the 4 tiers of generations that is meant to separate each leg immediate family members. The percentage allotted for each tier will be divided between the number of children in each tier from the parent granting part of their percentage to the next lower tier. It will be a set standard for the branch to grant a percentage for the next lower tier in the leg. Back to my immediate family line, where the 4th line tier, where the child gets 3% of the 7%, leaving the parent with 4% that they are allotted for tier 3. And for the last bracket or limb on the Chally Royal Family Tree will be of a total of 10% of the world donation divided up according to all I feel worthy to receive money from the Chally Royal Family Fund. At this time it shall be of my aunts, uncles, first sons, mothers, parents, and of her aunts and uncles, and my wife's aunts and uncles, and of her sister's brother-in-law, my wife's mom. This will equal to about 31 members to hold the first tier in the branch of the 10% of the total Chally Royal Family Fund. For the second tier, it will be 6% given, or 60% of the bloodline parents allotting money, but there are no dependents, or if there are no dependents, there will get the full 10% of the total Royal Family Fund divided between the 31 members of the first tier. Remember, the second tier will now have 3%, while the first tier will have 4% of that leg's share of money. The children of the third tier from the second tier parent will get divided between all the siblings of the third tier of 3%, or 50% from the parent's share of the wealth, unless it is a bloodline child born into the 4th tier, where that new member of the family will get 1%, or 33.333 of their bloodline parent from tier 3, and then the parent of the third tier will get 2%. When someone dies within a branch, for instance, if it's me, my children will move to the first tier of 15%. If they have no kids in their tier under them, they will be receiving 30% between the 7 that are in that first tier. All 7 will be evenly divided out, and when my kids have kids, where their kids would be eventually divided in the second tier from each parent leg or ancestor of the Chally royal family tree. Their parents will receive 15% divided up amongst the 7 kids in tier 1 of, if there are no more than 2 children receiving the next higher tier, revolving to the next higher tier, they will only be able to collect the share from that immediate family member who have passed. Like, for instance, being the children of my aunts and uncles who have passed away, where their kids will all move up to the next higher tier in the bloodline. They will be divided up amongst the tier allotted percentage granted for the parent or the member that moves on to heaven. So it will always hold that divided amount for the number held bloodline slots to be paid out. That way no branch will get off weighted, taking someone's family line entitlement of money. If a branch shall not have any bloodline children to carry on the generations, that line will be terminated after all surviving dependents have perished. So out of my 7 kids, if one chooses not to have a bloodline child or adopted children when they perish from their allotment of money, will get divided up amongst the other 6 siblings for the future children to climb the tree with. Or if a baby is born and dies shortly after the parent had the child set up to receive earnings of what was entitled, the parent will automatically get back their percentage, or will automatically be divided out once submitted amongst the children of the parent. All children to be adopted or bloodline conceived should be set up to receive a portion of the royal money through the A Services system of Chally's Royal Family Fund within 84 days or 3 calendar months. Once I go to heaven, the family bloodline will be permanent, where there will be no member added or removed, only having bloodline within the tree. If a bloodline parent instates an adopted child to the royal family tree, that child will be able to live their life out, receiving a portion of the Chally Royal Family Fund. If non-bloodline dependent has a child, their child will not be entitled to the royal family tree, only when the next tier down advances a tier. All members that are considered spouses, love companions, connected through marriage, whether there was just 2 in a relationship or many partners connected to a bloodline individual, all the people in the relationship or recognition of marriage will have the right to receive the Chally Royal Family Fund from the bloodline member lover until they have all perished off this earth. The Chally Royal Family bloodline roots, as well as other royalties around the world, will be cared for by the people of the world for eternity. When the New World Order goes into effect, all royalty will be able to keep their positive accounts and money and in property or assets of whatever collection of items that they may have. This will include to have up to 100 different properties, not more than 10,000 acres of land allowed to be tax exempt. The cost of any assessment dues on property of the royal inherited estate for the future and land for that is owned to be assessed in the inline main member of the royal family as what they choose to divide up. After Sunday, January 24, 2027, is when all nations will relinquish all control of their country to the New World Order of A Services, or also known as American Constitution of Economics. So no country or royalty will have any control anymore after that date, to include me. Okay, next question. Reporter 2, you mentioned you want to have 400 wives or concubines to live in a palace for the people of the world to donate to and support your family. And why would the world want to support that for? I'm not asking for much from everybody in the world. I wish and I hope for the people to support the future generations of God's Holy Son here on earth, to open it up to 400 different generations throughout the world that can be bearing my child. This is for the future people of the world may connect someday with me, the Messiah's bloodline. Reporter 2. That's a great way you put it, but let me ask, how will you know what woman from within the world to select, and how will you be selecting the women? It will be easy for me, since all I have got to do is on Facebook look at all the beautiful women from the different sites showing these beautiful women. I will accept of my liking with a red heart for a like for that picture of each woman that I find beautiful. Where I would like to hear more from the one I had liked with the red heart on Facebook. If I give you a blue thumbs up on a picture, that means you're close, and try to post another picture on Facebook until you get a red heart from me. My Facebook picture is of a gray 5-star book award displayed in a picture saying Scott Chally for the name. So if you see that gray looking symbol of a 5-star on your picture, you will know you're one of the lucky ones to be selected. Your first and most important step you'll be taking just lets you communicate with me. I'm asking if you're accepted by my liking of your picture for you to contact me. If you've been accepted by the picture and I had liked the red heart, you then may locate my address and send me a letter. Write only on one sheet of paper what you would like to do for fun, a little history of your family, what schooling, academic, or what you may be known for, stuff of humor and excitement is what I'm looking for. Also, I would like to have 2 3x5 pictures to remember to go along with your letter, so I can refer back to you if you are acceptable of what I like. I would like a close-up, full-body shot to see the face and body of a skimpy, sexy clothing or bathing suit. Then have a picture taken above the waist and a close-up to show good feature of the face and cleavage that I may find attractive. If I find your letter interesting and I love the way you look, I will use your contact number to give you a call to talk 30 minutes or up to 1 hour on the phone. If I find you are interesting within 3 months of receiving your letter, depending on the number of women who contact me. So if you make it past the 3rd step, you'll be about halfway there to be selected as a woman of great recognition and honor in the eyes of the world. Realize the women that I select must not have any baggage with them, like having kids or taking care of other family members in a relationship or marriage. The women must be clear of speaking English and writing to where I can understand. Also, there shouldn't be any deficiencies, diseases, medical conditions that may be considered as a burden. Must be fertile to be able to have children. I will overlook most pictures of women with tattoos. This is a turnoff for me. If you use drugs like crystal meth, heroin, LSD, or any other marijuana, other than marijuana than cocaine, I will not accept you as a member of the royal family, and if you had made it into the royal family, I will have you removed from the tree. You don't have to be famous, have college, or accomplish great deeds within the world. You can be a common person that is cheerful and his loving heart. That is what I'm looking for. I will send you some money and the directions of what you have to do to where to go. You will be traveling to my hometown to be checked out through a doctor's office of my liking. Just because you're in my town doesn't mean you should visit me. That will be a no-no, where I will feel being stalked by you and may have negative results. So step one, you get selected from Facebook with a heart like. Step two, you wrote me a letter with 2 3x5 pictures. Step 3, I will call to talk to you. Step 4, if I feel I felt a connection with you, I will send you a letter within a month with some money and directions on what to do next. You will have to go to a doctor's office in my hometown and answer over 100 questions asked by the doctor as truthfully and honestly as you can. Lab tests will be done with the full physical to be administered to you. Step 5. Of the women who pass the medical questions of my liking, I will have an investigation and criminal background check done on each woman who makes it this far. Step 6 will be all I feel are worthy to stand true to me after the medical and criminal background check is done. I will send out an invitation to the desired woman of my liking to show up at a certain location at a certain time. There will be 10 women invited at a time to show up at these locations, and I address within the letter it will be 4 hours on a Saturday afternoon where it will be 10 women, me and my wife, to mingle and do activities. Just because you have made it this far doesn't mean you're a shoo-in. Me and my wife will discuss who we feel like having in our family tree to be connected for eternity or for the future generations to come forth. Now you're wondering if you have got accepted after the meet and greet. This is the last step, and I'll call it lucky number 7, because if you got the golden ticket from me, that means I'm willing to accept you in my family tree as a lifelong partner, where you will bear our future children for the world. The golden ticket will be documentation of our commencement to honor one another in the holy commitment of saying we are tied to each other through God's plan for the people for future generations of the world. When you get this ticket, it will come in a wrap box inside of another package, and it will be your last step that you have to do in being selected as one of God's special children to be selected by me. You see, this ticket will be about 4 by 8 inches and will be raised gold pattern on the face of the ticket with the message of commencement, my full name, signature, a fingerprint of the marriage ring finger on the left hand. What each of that receives the ticket will have to do is sign the ticket, and in a box there will be an ink pad where the ring fingerprint of the left hand will need to complete the commencement to me and God. After you have signed your new name, it will be of your first and last name that you are known for, with the new last name of Chally added after the 2 other names that you are known for, making a 3-name identification. You will then also need to place your ring fingerprint on the selected spot within the gold ticket. What I would like is a 2-minute video or less of the one that has been selected to have the ceremony filmed, with either solo by yourself in the video, friends and family members to watch you open up the present, sign and seal the ceremony with your fingerprint added. I'll then wait for you to have the picture you're holding the golden ticket in front of yourself and for you to send it to me on text, where I will post it on my Facebook to let the world know who are of the 400 women that have been selected. The tickets will be numbered 1 to 400 only, so each woman that gets selected, you will know by her number what order will fall within to become pregnant. The women I choose must dedicate their life in honoring the world of the future generations. When they commit with accepting to me as being a lifelong companion, that means there will be not any other man in their lives for any of these women during their entire life, of who all fills these shoes to be true to me and the world. If I find proven adultery from any woman within another man while being my secondary wife, I will have her removed from the tree, and if she has a child of mine, that child will be taken care of by one of the other secondary wives in the palace to grow up with, and their other half brothers and half sisters. I don't mind if all my women I choose have bisexual tendencies towards other women of one another to fill the gap or hole in one's heart amongst the other wives, due to the fact I won't be able to be with all 400 wives every day, and I want them to have a feeling that they are loved. The palace where the women will be living will be located in Monticello, Iowa, and will have to erect before the New World Order goes into effect. It will consist of 400 individual 1,200 square foot apartments, where each woman of the 400 will set up their liking of their living quarters as they wish. So that means I have got to have all the women to be accepted to the quarters, or to the royal family tree, by that time. So that tells me it will be January 2026 when I have selected all 400 women. That time frame, 2.5 years to gather all the women of my liking. If I'm known to the world and accepted as the Messiah by July 24, 2023, that would tell me that the New World Order should be completed and come into effect sometime around or on the 24th of January 2027. I will stay in contact with all the women that are to live in the palace to make sure all are taken care of accordingly. These women do not have to be tied down to the palace. They can spend time away and do other things, like travel or visit friends, relatives throughout the year as they wish. I would like for them to spend at least 6 months out of the year in the palace. I would like 400 women to live in the palace until all our children are out of college or school. They may choose to live anywhere in the world after that. Now, for the palace, it will be a beautiful, luxurious, and for the woman's desires. There will be 3 main structures under a large glass canopy that will look like a pyramid to allow a vast amount of living space under a roof. The structure on both sides will consist of 100 units, 25 units per floor, 4 stories tall under a pyramid canopy, with the center structure 2 or 3 stories taller of 200 units. This will be 100 units facing both sides towards other complexes under the canopy of the glass on all sides. There will be balconies and walkways around each of the 3 structures under the roof, with stairs and elevators of easy accessibility. It will be climate controlled inside the temple, where it will be kept kept it cool during the summer and warm during the winter. I'm guessing that the temple will consist of a building foundation of 666 foot by 666 foot for the base of the glass pyramid structure to be made. Understand that the space that is between the buildings within the roof of the pyramid will be filled with cement paving, botanical gardens, grass, palm trees, children's playgrounds, volleyball courts, tennis courts, saunas, jacuzzi, swimming pools, picnic areas, whatever the women decide to have done for their home. They can change their living area to their liking as time goes to fit them best. There will be a choice the women will have to decide on when they start designing their quarters, and that is 7 choices from all the name brand restaurants in the states to choose to have in their temple. So they will have at any time during the day, evening, the choices of 7 different restaurants to choose from, like a steakhouse, Italian, Chinese, Mexican, or any fast food like McDonald's, Taco Bell will be paid for by me or the people. Of course, on the property there will be a workout center, track for running on, a golf course, a basketball, pickleball, racquetball court, horse stables, plenty of acreage to motorbike, dune buggy on, plenty of woods for my future family to hunt, and to have the accessibility to venture within the land that be meant for the royal family to use. There will be a 10-foot high wall with lighting and wire on top constructed going all the way around the property with access gates, security guards, and surveillance cameras. Only authorized people will be able to enter the premises from all the different members from the royal family that live on the royal property. And I will have a mansion separately from the palace where nearby me and my wife will live. There will be an underground tunnels connecting the palace and all of their homes on the royal property. Realize I'm 52 years old at this time while I'm writing this new world order or policy for the people I'm willing to gift the world with my dependents. But I will not impregnate any woman before the new world order is established for the people. The date I see for the new world order to go into effect at this time is Sunday, the 24th of January 2027. That means the first woman I have selected for my secondary wife will have the ability to become pregnant as early as Monday the 25th of January 2027. All women will take their turn in the sequence order that I had selected them in. They will have 6 days to spend with me in order to try to bear a child from me. Sundays or the 7th day, I believe you are not supposed to work or cut your vineyards or plant your fields of that sort. So I believe it's not good to try to conceive children on Sundays. Also realize I will be 56 years old in 2027. And it will be 25 plus years since I knew I was fertile with my last child from my wife. So I don't know. I don't want to be tested for the world to know yes or no. But wait until the time to see if the world is meant to have children from me as God's holy son. I may put some semen on ice for the future fertilization of women, but I haven't decided for sure yet. I'll be around 63 years old by the time I rotate through all the women, with granting each woman the quality time being with me. After all the women have had their time with me, I will randomly go and pick the women from the palace who are willing to bear more children until I'm unable to conceive any more children. The ages of women I choose may be as early as 16 years of age and probably not older than 36 years of age. Of what I say, I won't have sex with any woman under the age of 18 by the 25th of January 2027. So if you fit this bracket, try to post. Maybe you might be destined. Now, you're thinking, what if I'm sterile after all those years? Well, my backup plan will be for one or more of my 6 sons to step up or forward to handle the commitment to impregnate as many of the 400 women as possible. It could be through natural sex, artificial insemination, by using my son's semen to impregnate the 400 women. Well, congratulations, you made it to the 12th reading. This New World Order is great, and it will be great for the people of the future to live by. I'll continue. Reporter 3. I heard a rumor that you would like to have multiple companions or partners for marriages. Is that true? That is true. Not only will gays and lesbians be able to marry, but bisexuals who want multiple partners will also be able to marry as a combined relationship as well. You may say the Bible doesn't agree with this, but times are changing. All people will have fair rights to do as they wish. Even in the Bible, it speaks of concubines in the relationship. I stand firmly behind this. Next question. Reporter 4. What day are you looking at when do you think the New World Order will be established for the world? I foresee, according to the Bible, what I had figured out, that July 24, 2023 will be the day when the entire world will be united as one. Across the world, military arsenals will be done away with. There will no longer be any wars in the future. We will have to live in peace for the next 1,000 years. When we're successful, our final judgment day should be January 24, 2027, for the world to be changed. That'll be it for questions today. Thanks for coming. It's now after March 1st, and the people of the world have been watching Scott's movie. The New World policy has been circulating across the internet and the newspapers all the way around the world. The people of the world seem to be thrilled with the New World policy that Scott had come up with. Scott had been visiting countries, dignitaries, about the proposed plan for the world. Scott continues to do speeches in public sessions for the media. Scott was visiting with China's dignitary on June 2021. They had a sit-down session in a small room at China's capital. China's dignitary, welcome Scott, or should I say Messiah? Thank you, but really I go by Scott. China's dignitary, our House Committee and our people of our country have been looking at your policy for the New World Order. Everybody seems to be enthused about it in our country. I like what the New World Order says for the people of the world. I'm scared about losing our military arsenal, though. It would leave us defenseless as a country. I realize that, but that is what's going to make this a success for the world. China's dignitary, what can you offer me to convince me today that there will be no more wars in the future? I believe the United States has the most sophisticated military in the world. But July 24, 2023 would be the timeline when all nations will have to sign a contract for the world to discontinue their military forces. The U.S. military will be one of the first to dismantle their military to show the military will not be needed in the world to fight wars anymore. Would you stand beside the United States and dismantle your military at this time? That is what I ask of you here today. China's dignitary. Yes, I will sign the contract to dismantle our military starting July 24, 2023. If you have 60% of all the countries in the world to dismantle their militaries at the same time. Thanks. I believe we have come to an agreement. It will actually be 100% of the militaries in the world that want or need to agree. With you standing up for what I ask will prove to the other countries that the military is not needed in the world. There will be no more wars in the future. China's dignitary. I would like to keep a few soldiers around though. You can keep a small crew of soldiers displaced in different places, districts across your country. There will be a total of 210,000 local soldiers from each of the 42 or more locations around the world to be as foot soldiers with the necessity of supplies to be able to move mobile to act on any situation that may arise for the people of the world. These soldiers or troops will not have weapons to use, just humanitarian needs. They can be used for natural disasters or riots. There will be up to 5,000 troops located next to major populations around the world consisting of 42 or more different locations. This will be of a services world policy to allow up to 1% of 700,000 soldiers, troops considering the population of the world. There will be a total of 14 establishments of military bases across the 7 continents of the world, and these bases will be all man or woman powered for the arsenal or military equipment. Only the most sophisticated and advanced military equipment will be kept for training by these soldiers of the world. Each military corps of the 14 locations around the world will consist of 35,000 soldiers. With the corps, there will be 4 divisions broken up into air, water, sea, and land. Each land division will be of about 20,000 soldiers to operate tanks, artillery, rockets, tow missiles, infantry, etc. Within 3 locations in close vicinity of whatever continent it may be located in. The Army and Marines will be of the same force. The Air Division will consist of 5,000 soldiers to maintain and operate planes, jets within the Air Force, and will be of 4 installations or bases within each continent. The Water Division will consist of 5,000 soldiers to be floating on waters of the world, boats and ships. The Coast Guard will be absorbed in the Water Division of the Navy. There will only be 1 port per Water Division around the world. Per Sea Division will only be of underwater submarines that will consist of 5,000 soldiers to perform the duties of training. There will have to be a name made up for this corps or division. There will also only be 1 port per Sea Division. This will equal out to just under 500,000 soldiers to man the military arsenals around the world. There'll be 6 times the mirrored or exact military equipment stored evenly amongst the 14 core locations around the world to be maintained by the soldiers. We won't be having any more wars amongst the countries of the world. We don't know anything about extraterrestrial from other locations in the universe, so we will keep a small force just in case we ever endure war with extraterrestrial life form. All nuclear weapons will be dismantled and prohibited for use across the world. China's dignitary. That's great and all. I'm happy for this, but I do have a question to ask you about immigration. How would we control the borders from other people entering and people of our country exiting? That's a good question. There shouldn't be much need for people to move around in the world. They will be content to live in their own country. If they do choose to move, that is up to them individually to make that decision. All countries in the world will allow immigration to happen freely as the people wish. All they would have to do is a change of address at the A-Service office where they would then live. They then would get paid the cost of living allowance for that district, county of that country, wherever they would live, then live. Remember, one thing is that the New World Order we are coming into soon, there will be unlimited amount of money to fix streets, build new schools, and anything that has to do with the public or safety of the public. There will be multiple buildings of ACE services for each district to assist the public. So immigration is no longer a burden for when you have to wait for years, sometimes decades, to be able to be relocated. China's dignitary. What is going to be the universal language of the world? Is it going to be English? It will be a requirement of the world for all the schools to learn English as a primary language. If the individual country wants to adopt the language English as their common language, that is up to and decided by the people of said country. China's dignitary. What about the money of the United States owes us and other countries' debt? When the New World Order is launched on January 24, 2027, it will pay all the world's debt at that time. Each country then will pay whoever they may owe within 45 days to clear up the government debt. Then ACE services and everything with all the people will be working on a new system. Currency around the world will be the same for all people to use as like. Cash registers or cash drawers will have to be allowed for the people. If a licensed business is selling anything to the public, it will list what all the currency will consist of, starting with the 500 bill, where I will place a picture of my oldest son, Stevie Ace Chally, on it. Next, there will be a $100 bill, where I'll place the picture of my next oldest son, Alexander Von Chally, on it. The next bill will be a $50 bill, where I'll place my next oldest boy, Nicholas Joe Chally, on it. The next bill will be a $20 bill, where I'll place a picture of my next oldest boy, Christian Lee Chally, on it. The next bill will be a $10 bill, where I'll place a picture of my next oldest boy, Yannick Del Chally, on it. The next bill will be a $5 bill, where I'll place a picture of my daughter, Vanessa Marie Chally, on it. The $2 bill will be of me, Scott Leroy Chally, where there will be a picture. And the last bill will be the $1 bill, and will show a picture of my youngest son, Dominic Roy Chally. Coins for the world will be as follows: $1 coin, 50-cent coin, 25-cent coin, 10-cent, 5-cent, and a penny. Every 7 years, 5 of the 6 coins will have a new person displayed on them that holds the seat from the royal family of the World Council. This will be of his or her sculpted picture image on the coin. The dollar coin will always display the image of me to the people to use or collect throughout the years. China's dignitary. That's really good that everything will be of one currency across the world, and that all digital money that is given through the government will stand for the people's powerful entity from God to provide as a solid economy for the world where there won't be no corrupted money. Wow, God has come to us. You as the Messiah is sitting in front of me here today. What can I do to help with the new world today? We will need fiber optic cables and digital communications to connect all the populated areas of the world before 2026. For we as the people can enjoy our new life of living in 2027. I suggest the governments amongst the world to invest in granting all reasonable loans or construct our near future by taking offers to get this to happen. The councils will be taking a closed bid for each proposal to be fulfilled in order to get everything established for the people. The lowest bid of a minimum of 3 bids will be honored where no other contractor will know what the other bids were for each task that was to be combined. So the city councils around the world will have to make sure that they do their duty to make sure all things need to be addressed as everything unfolds in the near future. Like locating a city block size location for each A-service building or buildings to be built. Or another example is making sure you have 5G fiber optics cable and cell towers adequately in the communities. It was now July 24, 2023. It came down to the last minute, but finally all the countries came together as one for the new world policy. The militaries were starting to dismantle. The world had one more test to pass for salvation. That was to see that everyone was taken care of by e-services in the dismantlement of the military arsenals across the world. The effective date would be January 24, 2027, for the final judgment call for the universal test of the people's salvation here on earth. That concludes the New World Order. I want to mention these numbers that I came up with 17 years ago. It was in April 2006. I count that 666 out to come out with this date. According to the Bible, that date is correct. And the 24th of July is the start date for the people of the world to react at. I worry a little, but I have faith in God because He's proven everything to me to this time and date. Everything that's happened to me has come down to the last second when it's supposed to happen. Everything's meant to happen. It will happen. Just believe. I am your Messiah speaking to you here today. I will bring forth a great and a new world order for the people by January 24, 2027. May peace be for everyone, for the future of mankind, forever and ever. Amen.